Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 皆さんお帰りなさい。今日は、123日目です。It is day 123. Let's get into our lessons here for today. What was yesterday's lesson? Okay. A bit tamer yesterday. There is that one grammar point. That was very kind of technical. The shka, right? Using the shka and nai, like no more than or not exceeding. Was that yesterday? Oh no, it's the te yokatta, I think. Or them was last one. I think it might. No, it's. Yeah, it's probably the te form with yokatta. I guess we'll find out in a bit. Let's see, seru and saseru for causative? Have something do, somebody do something. Oh, I think, okay. So we put seru into the, and then the sa category. And it's seru if it's a do, godan or ichidan, alright. And of course we have the saseru and koseru as the exceptions. In order to express that someone was made to do or let do something, the auxiliary verbs seru and saseru will be used. The meaning that seru and saseru will convey when attached to a verb is called causative. Shieki. Employment or using in Japanese. I mean, shieki. Oh, like working. Okay, I see. Shieki. A common misconception is that seru and saseru are standard conjugations of each verb. However, these auxiliary verbs should be thought of as having their own meaning in a similar way to how tai, nai, da, des, and other auxiliaries each have their own meaning. Okay. In order to use these grammar structures, remove the ru from the ru verbs and then add saseru. For go down verbs. Oh, I actually misread that. Oh, interesting. It's saseru and raseru. Okay. For go down, change the last kana to the a. Okay. Down kana from within the same row, except for u, which becomes wa. Yep, makes sense. And then add seru. Okay.
息子に野菜を食べさせる。
I see.
友達にトマトを育てさせる。
Okay. That's weird.
忘年会で先輩たちが後輩に歌を歌わせた。
Okay.
友達が私の携帯を壊したので、新しいのを買わせます。
Okay. As usual, suru and kuru have special conjugation rules. Suru will be replaced completely by saseru in a similar way to how the kiru completely replaces suru in the potential form. Okay. Yeah, because the verb is replacing verb. Okay. Kuru will become kosaseru. Okay.
嫌な仕事は後輩にさせる。
Okay.
親を心配させることは してはいけない。
Okay. Ah, okay.
夜遅くに会社に来させるのは良くない。
Okay.
犬を呼んでこっちに来させる。
Okay. With causative, either ni or wo, and mark the doer of the action that seru or saseru is linked to, not ga. Oh, there. That's a very interesting name. This is because the actual doer of the action is considered to be the person that's making or letting someone perform that action. Ni will usually imply the someone was let do something, while wo implies make. Abdul is fine. Alright. Abdul. I'm doing pretty well. How are you doing? 誰かに心配をさせる。Yeah. Thanks. Versus 誰かを心配させる。Oh, that's intriguing. Interesting. Because the actual doer is causative, in causative verb sentence will be marked with ga. As it is always the case, the literal translation of seru and saseru is closer to the following. A ga B. Okay. Anoshimaseru. Fair enough. Well, for A to cause fun through. Okay. It is these standard meanings of the particles ni, a location, and wo, the target that will create the let or make nuance when using seru and saseru. Meh, you're okay? You're actually talking to Mika right now? Oh, okay. Abdul, nice to meet you. I've heard lots about you. All good things, I assure you. All good things. No, she just told me, you know, you guys meet and talk. That's good. Like, that's really, that's reassuring that she talks to other people. It's nice. It's very cute, actually. A cute happening. You gotta love it. People getting together, actually having human experiences together. Quite a rarity nowadays. You might even say in a few years that comes at a premium price. Not money, but hey, you could probably monetize that too. Okay, so reru and areru was the volitional, no, the passive. Hopefully that's not the case. Imagine monetizing human experiences. Oh, she bribed you with Nitro on Discord? Oh, okay. I see. I got you. It'll be between you and me, you know? I'll keep your secret. Passive. Let's see. So reru is to have something happen to you. Right? So I guess, yeah, and then this is seru and saseru. Shows that action was done while the causative means to make or let someone do something, for example. Okay. And then how is this really? Oh, this is the transitive and intransitive. that's fair enough that this would be related to transitive and intransitive. Actually, that's interesting. Because technically, you could see this as transitive. Yeah, there's transitive. Seru and saseru. Interesting. Despite being causative. How many languages do I know? If I know of 5 languages. I don't particularly use those 5 languages to the same degree. Mika told me what region you're from. Fluent or almost? You're gonna have to define fluent as well, because fluent to me means both literacy and commonality of common language. So fluency would imply that it would involve using a common language. So technically I have 3 common language, but usually I'm using 2 common languages. Can converse in daily conversation? Well, technically I can converse in daily conversation in 5 languages, but they are in varying lengths of competence and usage. My common language is English most of the time. If we're talking about conversing, let's just go with that. Which ones? Well, you want me to like read and hear? Probably Spanish, English, Mandarin, Cantonese, Fujianese, and I would say relatively in Japanese now. Relatively. Like, I don't have to say all the complicated things. I simply have to respond to whatever complicated thing you say. So you can probably decide to say something complicated and I simply have to respond to it. That's more or less your daily conversation. However, I would say fluency requires that you can lead a conversation, and I wouldn't be able to lead a conversation in Mandarin or Cantonese. Possibly Spanish. There is a... if I get to plan what to talk about, I can probably lead a conversation in Japanese now. But usually we stick with English. And then Fujianese is my mother tongue. I have to speak it. I have to speak it to communicate with my parents. I can read Mandarin now, but traditional Chinese mostly. It will take a little bit longer to read simplified, but you can just put it together with your traditional characters. Do you read traditional at all? Mona Lisa for each right. This stuff is so traditional? Nonsense. It has like, it only has like 3 or 4 more strokes than everything else. I like how you said Meisure. That is, I almost feel like that's regional. Mika mentioned what region you're from. Meisure, that's Meisure, you know, like right, Meisure. And so Meisure, you're definitely northern northern Chinese for adding the R at the end. Yeah. Mei Wenti. Just learn traditional, you know? Read traditional. I was told it takes about a week. It takes about a week to like fill in the traditional stuff. I started with traditional, or I actually started with simplified and then we switched over to traditional. But we have to go back and fill it in. Right now, we're looking at 4,000, like 4,000 traditional characters. It took about 2.5 years. Oh, your teacher in class showed us and none of us could read it? Really? I wonder where it is. Wait. Hang on. I'll hold my thoughts on that. Abdul, I'll hold my thoughts on that because sometime later in the year, I'm gonna try to go back and fill in my simplified Chinese gaps. So we'll hold on that because I'm not entirely sure. Maybe I'll have a lot of trouble reading simplified. A lot of or those who have done it, they say maybe a solid month to get the gaps between traditional and simplified. Maybe we're underestimating that. It could be your whole internet hustle culture making it sound a lot faster than it is. Yeah, right now we're sitting at HSK 1 through 9 and plus 1,000 characters, something like that in traditional. I haven't looked at simplified in a while. Although the when you type, the ones that are simplified characters are kind of okay. Yeah, the big, yeah, it's like the 7 through 9 doesn't really exist. Like it's what they think is 7 through 9, but usually we just went over the simple stuff, the curriculum stuff. So it's not too bad. Most of the time, the reason why you ask if I'm fluent or not in languages is because I can't read. 2.5 years ago, I was illiterate. Like, I was illiterate completely. Despite my parents speaking most of the time in Mandarin, Cantonese, and Fujianese around me, I couldn't read anything since 2.5 years ago. Now I can, so that's nice. And I was doing that while I was reading Japanese as well. Now, here's the thing. I can't speak Japanese that well because my parents aren't Japanese, but my parents are Chinese. They're Fujianese, actually. Yeah, reading that's what I mean by fluency. For myself, both writing, because of texting, the internet world, the main internet world, to be literate, to be fluent, you must also be literate. So, like, I rarely ever considered myself, after the internet exists, to be fluent in any other language other than English and Spanish, because I can read those. But the others, I can't read yet. So I wouldn't have ever considered myself anywhere near fluent. Now, though, I can read your messages and still reply in English if I wanted to. Like, it's just as fast as reading and replying in Chinese. So, or your language of choice. I speak like hybrid languages all the time. So I'm not sure if you've ever been to Fujian. Yeah, Fujin. Ming. The Ming area, I guess. Ming would be the character that's assigned to Fujin. So my parents are from Fuzhou. So we speak Fujianese most of the time. 我買胡椒內見過北京個卡里爾個玩嘅仲買你有冇聽到內講胡椒話嘅北京我媽咪嘅爸爸講冇入啦胡椒內見過北京而且那應該附近冇咁樣見樣嘅仲話3樣足夠9 right that would be like I don't know if you've heard that accent or something, and I also speak with an accent because I wasn't raised in China. I was born and raised in the United States, so my Fujianese will probably have an Americanized accent as well. Let's see. Makes a lot of sense. I can see why Mina talks to you. You're great at leading conversations. Mika looking at you. I haven't been anywhere, not gonna lie. Oh, okay. I mean, being in Beijing is... That sounds like a great place to be, honestly. That's kind of like being in New York City. Wow. I actually think Beijing might have an edge on New York City. No bias here. Not that I've ever been to Beijing. This feels targeted. You think you need 10 more years until you can understand different accents? Yeah, the different dialect stuff. Me too. Fujianese sounds closer to... most people said that Fujianese sounds very southern, so it's closer to Cantonese. In fact, a lot of times, like, ge, right? Ni giang ko ge, ko giang ge, right? Giang ge sounds a lot more like Cantonese. Like, when you, like, there are so many, like, common phrases that line up far more with Cantonese than they line up with Mandarin. And my folks tend to interact with Cantonese, like Hong Kong people, more than Mandarin, actually people who speak Mandarin. But generally speaking, Beijing and is more common than Shanghainese, like people. Shanghai, I feel like it is more common in the West Coast. I'm in the East Coast of the United States. Yeah, you went to Shenzhen. Oh yeah, Shenzhen and Chuhai. Guangzhou would be the best one, and you kind of just adapt to it. I think that you can infer a lot of times. When I was a kid, I had no idea there were two different languages happening, because the programming that came out of like Hong Kong, right? It would go back and forth. It would go... Most of their shows would have Cantonese and Mandarin speaking. Like, it's a whole thing, right? Like, I'm sure you growing up in China had that whole thing where you must speak Mandarin to be proper, but when you're in a Cantonese area, you fall back into Cantonese. But the thing is, there's this ebb and flow. When you're doing business, you often, like, when you watch those shows, often when you're doing business and stuff in China, use Mandarin. And then there's like this kind of tug and pull between when Cantonese is allowed and Mandarin is allowed in like the shows that I watch, like cop dramas and slice of life, Canto drama things. They would often talk about the dialogue between Mandarin and Cantonese. And when I was a kid, I had no idea there were two different languages. It took a while. Like, I genuinely thought something like Lego Matye was Mandarin, and then nowadays it's easier. Like, nowadays, over in my teenage years, I'm like, oh, okay. 你说什么 right? 你说什么是普通话？那个乜嘢是whatever you call Cantonese. I actually forgot how to say Cantonese in Mandarin. 广东话 广东 maybe is 广 like I'm translating from Fujianese, like 普通话he common like Mandarin, and 广东话 he Cantonese. So I'm like trying to find a sound that sounds like it. Maybe it's just Guangzhou, right? Guangzhou Hua or something. I forgot what the designation for Cantonese is. It's interesting. After reading a lot of Chinese, which I do later in the day, like after this, it's been really nice to see the characters. So now all the sounds have characters in them, which is great, because I have spent most of my life feeling like everything sounded the same and everything required context. But when you're reading something, it makes it feel like you know all the sounds, but they all mean more things now because of the homonymic things. Like, there are only a select number of sounds you have in Chinese, but the arrangement of it and the characters are nearly infinite, right? So it's great to see. Like, my recent discovery was after you leave HSK, all the characters that I have been learning, they feel like they're duplicates of all the existing characters. So you have like 2 characters that are different by 1 radical, and they're the same word, the same meaning, and the same sound. So I don't know what's going on because I haven't looked at sentences and whatnot. So there are like so many characters where they're like, okay, I see why that exists, but what's the difference? So the last couple like months or 2 months, most of the characters are all redundant at first, because I haven't read any examples yet of how they're used. So you have like another is, another did, another was, another, you know, like there's so many repeats, like another time. Every single monkey has, you know, every single animal has a duplicate. Every single, like, so it gets to a point like one day I'm just gonna write a character and then they're like, and if you read it, you probably could just guess what it means because they look like the other characters. Like this one, what is it? Now. Let me do now. I think now is... This is now. And what do you... I don't know if you've seen this character already, but what do you think this character means if you haven't seen it before? No, it's a little bit chunky. I should have made this top a little bit smaller, but not good. Yeah, it's now. It's not good. Like, I'm like, what? Buhao. Are you telling me Buhao used to be one character and it's pronounced now? Like, what? like all right. I mean, why don't you just say now? So I have no idea where that happens. Like, I've never heard someone say 这是now的时间, right? Or something like that, or 这东西不, you know, 很恼 or something like that. I'm like, I don't think I've ever heard that before. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard that before, so I'm not sure. Yeah, exactly. I've never seen it before, and I've never heard it before either. So my first thought is like, okay, well, I mean, it makes sense. It's not good. Like, I don't know. There's so many other ones. Like, this one was arbitrary. I think it's slightly different because of the... yeah. It's Chi. This character. So, what do you think this character means? Because this is I would consider this an extra character. Like, what the heck? Oh, sorry. I screwed up. This is a door. My bad. This is a door. Oh, see, now I'm writing it in the wrong order. Sorry, mouse do be feeling weird. What the heck? This is the non-HXK. Made no difference? Oh, okay. This is the character for open. Both of these are the same, actually. The top character is the more useful character. Is it a simplified character? I don't know. Is this a simplified character by any chance? Abdul? There is a chance it might be. Bruh, not Kai. Okay, it's not Kai. I don't think it's Kai. Kai does exist in traditional. Wait. Kai has the doors. So 这是 Kai. Like Japanese. 这是 Kai. So it has the doors. The traditional has like these things on top of all of the characters. So the simplified ones take away the doors. The top gate. We just took the middle. Yeah, basically you just remove the doors, which totally makes sense to me, honestly, why the doors are removed, because the doors make things very complicated. You just ask Mika. Whenever Mika has to remember a kanji with the doors, it's like, which one is it? It's like, well, there are a lot of ones where the middle character exists, but the doors are there. What you call it, like Kaichi, like Kaichi. So Kaichi, sorry, Kaichi. So this is Kaichi, which is to open. And there are two chis. These both. This one's non-HSK, this is HSK. And they both mean the same thing. And you can see that why did this, like, does this mean it's a bigger open than a smaller open? I don't understand these characters. Like, that's what I'm learning now. Like, I'm learning characters that look like other characters, but I have no idea why they exist. So, like, what is the difference between, and guess what? Both of them have the same pairing with Kai. So when you say Kaichi, right? When you say Kaichi, which one are you referring to? Is there a difference? I have no idea. So that's kind of what I'm working with right now. It's kind of funny. Or what about Qishu? Qishu would be one. Qishu. Whoops. Don't mind me violating stroke order. It's fine. Oh, my mouse. Sorry, working with mouse. So, 启示, notice? Yeah, 启示. So, 启示 would be where this character is. I have no idea why there are two like that. There are also like 4 different ways to say I. I'm like, alright, sure. I mean, I don't know why, but I'm guessing some of them are older, some of them are newer. I've discovered that it's not just ta, and ta. There's also ta. Oh, it is simplified. Okay, that makes sense. So this is simplified. There we go. That's why you didn't recognize it. It is simplified. They got rid of the foreman. Yeah, foreman, this character, this radical is optional. Yes. So that's why you didn't recognize it. Fair enough. Yeah, it's gonna be fun to go back and learn simplified, because I'm curious which characters. I've noticed some characters are optional, and how I notice it is typically comparing like Japanese and Chinese. Yeah. So there's 3 tas, but there are 3 major tas, but there are 2 older tas. So like this is ta as well. And this is for a different it. It's a different it. It's the animal it, I think. I'm guessing this is the animal it. So this ended up replacing it. So in traditional, this still exists. But I'm guessing if you simplify it, it becomes the same thing, right? Like if you drop this in simplified Chinese, if you drop this part, it will still look like this. So both of this means both animal, and everything else, like an object or something. So they both ended up looking the same. But this is the, I believe this is the animal it. It just adds cow to it. There's a cow and an it. Yeah, more tas than before, but yeah. And then we have the archaic, all the archaic and formal U's as well. So there are more U's than commonly used. Is that fun? I don't know. I think it's fun. I think it's fun to do the U's, like or I's. Sorry, I's, not U's. I's. So like ore in Japanese is still a character in traditional, right? Ore is a lightning. So ore for Japanese is also an. It's an. This equals I as well. So instead of wa, you still have an. And then ni still has ning, right? Ning or ning. Oh yeah, ning. For the other ones, but ore is something Japanese has kept as another way to refer to self. I think boku is also a character. I forgot what if boku translates. I'm kind of curious if that character translates into I in Chinese. No, I don't think it does. But that's not an example. Do I usually do language streams? For now, the last 2.5 years, I do language streams. I throw in some gaming streams in the half, like occasionally when I'm trying to play a game in a different language. Like I play Like a Dragon games in Chinese, like in audio, in Chinese, Japanese. Oh, like Boku, yeah. Boku Saikyo Dakara. Do you know Boku is a character for I? I don't think so. I don't think the Chinese character for Boku I. Ore is though. Like ore saikyo dakara. Ore would be the other character that I recently learned. Means I. It's fun to see the parallels between Japanese and Chinese whenever you're reading. So, as a disclaimer, reading is fun and all, but I haven't really spoke too much Mandarin. We were thinking of Gojo's line. He says, "Oh, boku saita kara." Yeah. The other one is, oh, what is it? I'm not a good like line remember in Japanese. What is the other one? Something for ore. There's an ore line too. Maybe you'll just ask Yowaimon? No, we're not gonna try with Japanese. The only things I remember in Japanese that I can like pretend to be a, you know, a fan would be something like an otaku would be like ike, right? Iko, right? Iko, anone, right? Ano, eto, right? All the reactionary stuff like, right? Jane, right? Those are all like casual phrases that, sure, right? Omaiwa. Oh, omaiwa is also something sometimes referring to you. I don't know about omaiwa. What character did omaiwa use? Like omaiwa shinduru, right? That's the class. I forgot which anime uses that very stereotypically. Omaiwa shinduru. But that's kind of omaiwa like anata, right? Anata. For you. Interesting. Do you watch anime? I heard Mika shared with me that the two of you are trying to watch one, which is funny. It's I haven't seen the anime myself. She shared with me what it was, and I'm not familiar with it. Hopefully that doesn't make you uncomfortable. I figure there's like transparency between this, so I watch a lot of anime. The thing that Mika and I speak about a lot is that I make a lot of references. So I talk about a lot of references. Like I make Star Trek references, Star Wars, books, movies. Like I'm a walking reference material. So oftentimes when you talk to Mika, you literally don't share any references because none of them exist. You can share 100% of yourself. You could share 100% of yourself, and she doesn't get any zero reference. Understand? Yeah, that's kind of the idea. Like I typically use conversations to lead based on references. So like Gojo would be a great one. I recently watched caught up with The Calling Game Part 1. So I'm caught up on Jujutsu Kaisen part, I guess that would be season 3 part 1. It was great. Man, I watched One Punch Man season 3 recently because someone says how bad could it be? And then I watch season 3 part 1 Jujutsu Kaisen, and I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. Because Mappa, man, the debacle with One Punch Man is pretty tough. It's very tough to feel for that show. Solo Leveling is doing well, right? Like, so you have your 3 ongoing shonens. One Punch Man was supposed to like up the ante, right, in a way, because of Jujutsu Kaisen. And then recently My Hero Academia ended, right, with their final season. But solo leveling is the other prong. We're talking about like the trendiest, right, things that are hitting all cylinders for shonen, for the shonen category, like, you know, your Shonen Jump category. And obviously One Piece is continuing to run and all that. But man, One Punch Man, really, that's rough. That's a very rough time. I did watch the conclusion of Boku no Hero, and it was pretty great how they ended it. The final season of Dr. Stone is happening soon. Like, these are like all multi-serialized Shonen Jump-esque shows, or Shonen Jump proper shows that are coming to an end. You know, while One Piece is actually having a renaissance because of the Western like Netflix efforts. I am looking forward to seeing what Wit Studio is going to do, how they're gonna go approach bringing One Piece with the money bags to the Netflix network. Bring back the good old Shonen Jump spirit, the fighting spirit for a new generation of anime goers. Yeah, it's very hard to get Mika to be interested in anything. Just saying. Hey, if we're gonna, it's a tough one. I don't think many things are very interesting. You could watch Solo Leveling with her and see what she thinks. You'll get her interested. I trust you. I trust you. Yeah. Yeah, references. You can throw in references like all the time. All right. Bet. 我相信你，我相信你。That's your ninja way. That's my ninja credo. I forgot how Naruto says it. Yeah, I don't know how Naruto says it anymore. Let me see. Naruto's credo saying Japanese. Datebayo. No, that's his like catchphrase. That's his like ending, believe it, or I'm telling you at the end. That's not it. ただ一つ誰もが一つく持っている梅 No, doesn't seem right. Yeah, but yeah, date bio, you hear that all the time because he's like, don't you know? I'm kidding, but you only watch English? Oh, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, I think I watch both. I watched a mix of both. I like doing the mixing thing. So here's one thing that I do even with English. Whenever there's subtitles, I always watch with subtitles. So when I watch an English program, if there is English subtitles, I would still have the subtitles on. I'm always reading and watching and listening at the same time. So nowadays, I watch English programs if there's Japanese subtitles and vice versa, right? Like a lot of people say, oh yeah, well, I watch Japanese with English subtitles. Yeah, and I also watch Japanese with Japanese subtitles. And then, I watch an English program with Japanese if I can. And then the reason why I did that is because when I was younger, growing up watching Hong Kong television typically has double subtitles on the bottom. And nowadays on YouTube, the people who speak multiple languages, they have double subtitles. So nowadays, that's what I prefer. I tend to watch and read at the same time in more than one subtitles. And the cool thing is, there are quite a lot of content creators who speak in both languages. They go back and forth. So, Ohayo, oh, good morning. Like, genki desu ka? I'm doing good. And you? Genki desu. Right? Like the stuff is like you just go back and forth. And the titles would have both the Japanese and the English on top of each other. And the reason why I'm doing that is because I want to do it this way. And that's kind of how I go about it. So if I'm going to get used to this, I should know how to read in both tracks at the same time. So nowadays, my English and my Japanese and stuff, they're usually like, if I don't know a word, I replace it. And then I go back and figure out which words I keep substituting and whatnot. And that's how I learned and kept Fujianese in my lexicon, at least for the time being. It's one of those things. 領域 Tenkai. Oh, domain expansion. How did Mika get number 1 on what? Oh, wait. I don't see what you mean by number 1. Is there some sort of YouTube gimmick for like number of chats or something like that? Oh, top fans? Oh, it's probably YouTube's attempt to give experience based on XP. Yeah, the chat XP. Yeah, interesting. I actually don't see it. I have to click on a button here. Probably because my chat window is very small. You are just number 1? Oh, you just have to spam. I'm just kidding. I don't know if YouTube is gonna ban you, like auto moderate or something. I don't touch YouTube moderation, so I'd probably refrain from spamming because YouTube does have algorithm based moderation, and I have no idea what the default settings are. Like, I still haven't found a convenient way to allow someone to post a link on YouTube, so that's a thing. And then on Twitch, I do it retroactively. If someone posts a link, I would scan it myself and then permit it, like let it go or like remove it in case it can endanger other people by accidentally clicking it, that type of thing. But YouTube does the other way. Link but with spaces in between. What I end up doing is I just tell people to add a period, like put a space and add a period, and I'll just copy and paste the URL, look at the URL, and then that's how I would do it. So this is not to, you know, hopefully YouTube is not too upset about what I'm saying, but you know, you can put one extra character at the end, space it away so then I can see what the URL is. I like to read URLs. I don't know if you like reading URLs, but I think that's a fairly decent skill to have. Know how to read what a URL is, like how the string of URLs work, like what type of elements are at the end of URLs, because if you don't have a preview or like some sort of screen, it can be very difficult for people to intuit what a potential malicious URL looks like. So after a while, you can kind of get used to, if you see the full fat URL, which is not hidden, you can probably ascertain whether that's going to lead you to a malware or not. Oh, you learned that in school? Okay, that's fair. That's great. That is an excellent skill to have, to be able to identify the parts of a URL. Because nowadays you see Discord links and all that, and your first thought is, what harm could it do to click on the URL? How about losing all your personal information and then identity theft? Or get a silent malware attached that keylogs all of your passwords. Sad. Hey, I'm curious. I can't imagine Mika speaking much. No. I would say, if I had to be honest, I'd speak like 80% of the time. If you're talking about like during this type of like interaction. You still feel words to think about? Yeah. I practice conversation quite a lot. So most of the conversations that I have, at least with like people that aren't really close to me, at least not yet, usually most of the things that I'm going to say have been said before. So I typically spin it. So the idea is the topics and the conversation strings aren't necessarily different. The way I execute them and talk about them using specific words and like diction in English is picked based on the person I'm talking to. So like the words that I would use and the vocabulary that I would use with like Mika and you, like over time, would turn out to be different than someone else, but the ideas would be the same. Like the ideas would be the same, like how, oh, we all feel sadness. However, sadness through the execution of the language could feel like a special form of sadness, a sadness that you guys exchange between the person and you because of the language you use, like the way you say things. So that's kind of the fun part. That's how I would say people should learn language, because you can still sound like a Gen Z and not sound cringy. Actually, I'm not sure about that. Sometimes it hits different, right? You try to hit different with different people. Been through this rodeo before. Sometimes you're constantly going to the same rodeo. You gotta wear a new hat. You know, try out a new hat. That brown hat ain't cutting it. Go for black hat next time. Go wild. Maybe even get like a arbitrary color, you know, like a slightly blue tinted hat. Something like that. Switch it up a little. Yeah. Praise here and there. That cap is chopped. Not gonna lie. Yeah. No cap. No cap. Most of the time I get more of the put the fries in the bag variety, as opposed to go on, you know, I'm listening, you know, hear me out. It's more about put the fries in the bag as opposed to hear me out. But I'm starting to lean into the whole hear me out kind of things. Like, whoa. All right, before I give you the bag, you got to hear me out. All right, just sit down, chill for a little bit. I got you. It's like, give me, you know, wait just a hot minute. Let's just combine old school stuff. It's like, I understand. I ain't no spring chicken anymore. But man, guys, the fries are not in the bag yet. Alright? Just hold on. I got your order right. No, I'm kidding. Oh, what is it now? It's about the maxing. I think the new flavor of the word is maxing. You know, you beat Mika at chess 2 times, then drawed once. She did beat you think twice recently. You guys play chess? Interesting. The last time I played chess with someone, it was Coffers, and it was for a promo for like a idol game who had a collab with a chess game. So thanks to Coffers, he humored me, and I think I needed to win, or we needed to play a certain amount of games in order to get like a promo or a drop. And I think the score was 50-0. And all I could think about is, man, Coffers was a trooper. Coffers doesn't play chess, so, and I hadn't played chess for like a decade since, so we wanted to try something different. So he basically played chess at the other end, which he's not a person who would play chess, so it was interesting. She made 50 moves, and when you had a king, and she had a king and a rook, hoping you know chess. Yeah, I do. Your problem is that usually doesn't happen. Yeah, I used to play chess. Chinese checkers? Have you played Chinese checkers? I used to play Chinese checkers too. I really enjoyed the marbles because Chinese checkers have marbles. Or like Othello. It's called something else, not Othello in Chinese. Shogi? Yeah, no, I don't know what shogi is in Chinese either. Oh, Chinese checkers? Yeah, the star pattern. Like this Chinese checkers, where your starting position is like this, and then you try to get across to occupy their space. I don't know what it's called in Chinese, but there used to be this thing where, oh, sorry, it's not a star. It's like, you know, you have an opponent across from each other, right? You have an opponent across from each other, so you can play across each other. Yeah, I used to play that in kindergarten. Yeah, it's kind of like checkers. You can hop, right? You can always hop. The only move you can do is you can go from one position to the next, and you can continue to cluster over and over again. So at some point, you're rushing to fill each other's grids. That was interesting, and it had very cool marble. You know, it had marbles, and I was like, oh, that's kind of neat. And I called it Chinese checkers. Hear me out. I don't know if it was derived from China or not. Right? I don't actually know if it's derived from there. I refer to it as Chinese checkers because my parents gave me the board. And it wasn't regular checkers, you know. The regular checkers was a square board with your standard grid system, right? And it uses the same mechanic. It hops, you know, it hops on ones from one to one position, right? So I called it Chinese checkers, but I have no idea if it's Chinese. It could be Middle Eastern, like Arabic, possibly. I have no idea. And then shogi, I remember shogi still exists in China, but I don't know what it's called. It's the black and white things, where you take regions. You you start like this, and you try to consume the region. I don't know what it's called either in Chinese. Interesting. Let me see. Sorry, not shogi. Sorry, I'm talking about something else. Not shogi. Sorry, not shogi. It's shikamaru. Yeah, shikamaru. What is it called in? So not shangqi. What is this? Oh, I don't think it's Chinese. Oh no, maybe not. No, they're just giving me a translation of it. What is the name for this? There's no way that's what that's called. Oh, it could, let me see. No, that's the different one. It's black and white pieces. Only black and white pieces. Yeah. That one's still related to chess. Oh, what is it? It's Othello. It's Othello in... if you look up the Othello game... I used to play this quite a lot. Othello. It's not Connect 5. It's more like zones. So, like... Yeah, it's more like zones. So, like, if you're white... Or if you're black, for example, if you're black, you go first. And then it flips, right? Oh. Okay. Oh, interesting. 五次棋. Oh. 五次棋. Oh, yeah, 五次棋. MAKU. Oh, that thing. Oh no, yeah, it's... Oh, it's called 5 pieces? Oh, I didn't realize it's called 5 pieces. Oh yeah, that's true. You're playing tic-tac-toe. That's right. I never thought of it as tic-tac-toe before. That's so funny. Oh, okay. I get the 5 pieces now. Interesting. 5 in a row. I had no idea that's what it's called. First to aim. Oh, I never thought of it as a 5 like this way. Wow. Interesting. Oh, okay. Yeah, you gotta love Chinese. It's always on the nose when it's translated to English. Oh, which by the way, my favorite part about learning like a Chinese especially, not necessarily Japanese because of kana. Chinese, whenever I hear like the frog dance across the ocean, I'm like, "Oh, now I get it now." Like I totally get it because the way I read characters now is the same way. Like for example, uh the snake is drinking from the bottle, or the turkey has something to say about who's at the door. Dare, dareka, like who, right? Dare. So it's like you could just make it up as you go when you're reading these characters. Whenever you like the nose know what's the heart is thinking. uh, right? Or the oh, this is just food and eat. I guess that's not as exciting. But like the hay bells come with bags of bills that sings of taxes. Uta for sing, so ge, right? Ge, a song. Like you can just make it up as you go. You don't even need to try very hard to sound like the Americanized Chinese stuff where like the crane flies across the tree to see the watchtower. I'm actually describing one of the kanjis or one of the hanzi. I'll let you guess which one. Or the stork serves you a bill as you as your joy fades. This is me combining creative writing in English with the description of these characters. I was explaining Guan for observe and a few others, so you can just go and do this all the time. Like you go to the market with a net of shellfish to buy things. Kau to buy, or my, you know, the character for my would be a net and some shellfish put together. So you go to the market with a net of shellfish to buy something. It's fair enough. That's how it goes. Obviously, I do know what people are referring to when they're talking about the like the Chinese ancient texts, right? Ancient texts when they're talking about motion and symbolism and metaphor. However, it's kind of humorous that when you start studying the characters, which is what ancient Chinese did, right? They're scholars who study Hanzi, right? They study how to write and feel the characters and intuit the characters. So when you start studying the characters and then you try to translate that into English, it ends up naturally sounding like you sound like those people who have Hollywood movies that simply translated the characters as literal as possible, and it just comes out that way. So many layers in language. I know. Anyways, I just thought I'd geek out a little bit. I spent pretty much all of my time reading Chinese. So 我可以说中文，但是不太好。听到我可以听到很多的中文，but usually it can be a little bit off when I try to retort in something. So I don't lead conversations in Chinese. I simply respond to what they're saying most of the time. 你现在读书吗 right 你现在在读书吗 and I'm like 是我现在读书但是我 self I'm like I was gonna say 我在读书 GI is self in Fujianese, so sometimes I would just default to whatever word comes first. Oh, 自己 yeah 自己我自己在读书 I was gonna say either 基本or tia, right? And tia, that ya is like canto. That's why like instead of using like any form of G at the end, it could end up being ya. Tia. And in you get that a little bit from Japanese as well, which is interesting. Yeah. Oh, which by the way, this is how I sound most of the time when I'm actually interacting with people who speak different languages, like in IRL. So this would be the most comfortable state where like, yeah, no comprendo mucho. Inglés, por favor? Maybe 少し日本語 you know 多分だ right? Like that's kind of the way it goes. Like that's the most comfortable way of doing things. Oftentimes when people get a little like scary at processing as hora de comer, ¿tú hablas español un poco? Oh, you're saying, oh, okay. Oh, I thought you were saying it's time to eat. Like you literally have to go and eat right now. Sorry. I actually thought you were saying it's time to eat. Okay. Okay. All right. It's fine. We're fine. I thought literally you were excusing yourself. I was like, oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah. I was gonna say like, you know, what were you gonna eat? You know, not far. It is 12:05 for you. Oh, okay. I see. Fair enough. What would you eat usually there? I am not good with food. Like what I mean is if you were to say a bunch of names, I'm not good with names like at the moment. Most of the time it's just some sort of tie, right? And then you need to link the name to the description, but the English name has proper nouns. So it's like whatever. Whatever school our mom cooks. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, like batai. I have no idea what batai is. Oh, and I'm learning that right now. I'm learning all the characters for like plants, trees, fruits. That's my like that's what I've been doing the last month. Everything outside of the HSKs are just proper nouns. So like all the characters are like, okay, I got 2 characters for grasshopper. All right, I got 2 characters for mongoose. I got 2 characters for lizard. I got 2 characters for a poplar tree. Wisteria, Vidix, Radin, cattail, weasel, mouse, rat, hare, bunny, like mites, termites, ants, I'm trying to remember all the characters that I'm responsible for right now. Crane, pigeon, dove. Funny enough, I don't have turkey yet. Let's see. Hummingbird. We already covered panda, red panda. That's actually HSK, which fair enough. So, and then there's like aardvark. You know, animals that I'm not even sure I understand. Rhinoceros, hippopotamus. It just keeps going. And then trees are even worse because I don't actually understand trees in English. Like the difference between a poplar tree and a scholar tree. I got beech tree recently. That's something I recognize. And then we have maple, oak, right? And then we got fish. Lots and lots of fish. Recently was shark. No whale yet. Dolphin. Just keep going. HOK seems so weird. You're almost never going to use those words. Yeah. And then I think, wouldn't it be fun just to pull them out? Like, hey, you think you know what lizard is? Well, I got 4 ways to express lizard. And I'm like, okay, good for you, man. Recently I got all the non-indigenous fruits. So most of the non-indigenous fruits and non-indigenous animals, like it's like Japanese, where they are outside of the curriculum. So like things like cherry is non-HSK because like the many berries and cherries, they come from the Western hemisphere, so like the Americas. So starting to learn those outside of like your typical fruits that are in HSK, which is like peach, right? Funny enough, like plum blossoms, which are related to cherry blossoms, are a thing, but the actual cherry is not, because the cherry is over here. Like cranberries, all your different berries are over here. So in Japanese, they have a designator as well, like how they would designate a fruit that isn't in Japan that came over from another place. So in Chinese, they just happen to be HSK things that are, funny enough, related to it. Like a cherry is a combination of cherry, mei, and mei tao. So cherry and peach put together. I'm pretty sure mei tao is a cherry. Don't quote me on that. That's kind of new. So I think they used a form of mei. The closest mei would be a rose, mei, and tao, or peach. So mei tao. I'm not sure that's right. And then there's like, oh, my favorite one was avocado. Wait, avocado is pretty funny. I think it's like, it's kind of like something rough, like scaly, plus, oh no, they took something scaly and then added to an olive or something. Oh no, it's not olive. I can so here's another thing. I'm sure you're really familiar with this, learning another language. Output is very different from like input. So like if you show me the character, I would know it's avocado. But if I need to produce it, since it's new, I haven't produced it yet. So we only know how we encode it. Oh no, that's not the avocado I'm looking for. Not 牛油果 is not what I'm looking for, but I kind of get it. It's going off the oils that avocado has. Not that one. Not the cow oil fruits. There was another one. Oh, alligator pear. Alligator pear is what they used. Li. I learned li. That's the funny one. Yeah, li. I'm like, oh, that makes so much sense. It's alligator skin. And this is why I feel like I get a kick out of learning more and more like Hanzi with that I don't really need or won't use for quite a bit, because there are other substitutes. But man, li is pretty funny. You just look at that skin, just look at the avocado. Looks like it could blend in with an alligator skin or a crocodile skin. And also, I did use it recently. Nowadays, when I talk to my parents, so here's the thing: Fujianese is not taught, right? It's only orally conserved as an immigrant. So, and you don't have any resources. Like, you can't go online and say, "Here's a resource on Fujianese," and hear me out. I have already procured as many of the Fujianese things on the Western web, and they all belong to the same like Asian American group that I'm aware of, because they also have the accent when they use their recording, and that's about it. So the only way I can discover new words from my parents is to learn the Mandarin word and then use it in place. So they're familiar with avocados in English. Well, they don't know what an avocado is in English. They don't really speak English. So I would point to it. I'm like, all right. And then I would use early and then see if they could tell me what the Fujianese equivalent is. And that's kind of how we've been doing it for a while now. Like, now I could say like shui, right? Anything with shui, with taxes. So whenever I hear something, oh, shui is Fujianese. So now it makes sense why, like, whenever they say they tax, there would be a sound of shui. Like ga shui, right? Ga shui, which is to add tax, right? Jia shui, to add tax. So whenever like you get a receipt and ga shui, yeah, in this bill, right, this check, did they add tax to it? So now jia shui makes sense, and now I can imagine the characters, and then you use the characters. Ga is jia, so I don't know what Cantonese ga is, but and then there's like the most recent one is probably gan. So back in the day, there's those what do you call them? Pickled olives, right? Gan. Gan song gan. So shuan gan, the sour olives, right? The sour olives that they had. And I'm like, oh, okay. I see now. So a lot of sounds make sense the moment the characters are revealed. Yeah. Like what else? Like 粽子. Every time 粽子 comes up, I'm like, oh, okay. I know what a 粽子 is. Or you know, various foods that come up a lot. Things I guess it would be 点心, right? 点心. 点心 is dim sum. So 点心 would be the closest sound to it. So yeah, 喝水, right? 喝酒, right? 喝酒 would be the closest to 洗酒, right? 洗酒, 喝酒, 洗酒, 喝酒点音, or so 喝脚电信 or something like that, and then it would be sit酒点音 to go and have like tea and basically to have dim sum, right? You know more fruits and stuff than you do. Oh, it's time, Abdul. It's time to learn some more fruits and then teach it to Mika, right? That's the way. I'm not responsible. We already tried with the whole Japanese thing. No pressure. It's time to learn some fruits. I don't have mango yet. So no mango. Oh, and don't give her ideas. Like, what I've come to learn about Chinese is if you don't know what the fruit is, and you don't know what the tree is, or you don't know what the vegetable is, start with Li. I'm kidding, obviously, but my first thought is like, mango. Oh, that sounds like it's mango. Okay, I see. Wait, mango is that not indigenous to China? Is it Southeast Asia? Is that why they use transliteration, or was it mango because mango was adopted from Chinese? Is it the other way around? Mango was adopted from Chinese? I just in Japanese recently, I just learned honcho. And I didn't realize that this was Japanese until I saw it, and I'm like, oh wait, honcho is, I've said this before, head honcho in English, like the head honcho, the leader, but honcho in Japanese. So I'm still learning all the fun little reverse things, like, oh, interesting, because I knew this word before I understand it was related to Japanese. Pretty cool. I imagine this had something to do with Japanese imperialism during the early days, like when American, like the USA imperialism and Japanese imperialism, and when they interacted during like ranks, like when they do military ranks and stuff, it got exchanged early or something. I'm guessing. I don't study etymology, but I'm guessing it had something to do with an exchange of this word really early on. Because when I learned this word, hancho, I actually learned it from people like in the 70s. Like 70s, like US like films and stuff, a head honcho. So it must have predated, it must have been somewhere after like World War II or something. Maybe. It's really, really neat to come across these things. Oh, here's another one. Skosh. Skoshi. Skoshi is little. I knew skosh before I knew skoshi. And I didn't realize that skoshi was related to skosh. Even though I learned skoshi fairly on, right? A few, like 一点, right? 一点 or 点. Skoshi, just a little bit, or few, or 小, right? 小. Skosh was like an English word. Like it was an old English word that I used. Old as in I got it from an old source. So that's kind of interesting. I don't know what the relationship is, which way it was. But studying languages gets you to think about these things a lot. Do you study language right now, Abdul? I haven't asked you questions. Now question time. Do you still do language studies? What are you currently studying? I did hear a little bit. I did hear a little bit because of my probing, like asking. Chinese, of course. Mandarin. Is there a dialect in Beijing? There isn't a dialect in Beijing, is there? Stop Japanese. Okay, fair enough. It's interesting that Chinese in China people teach Japanese. You just add R to a lot of things? Okay. La is the southern accent. Ya and la is the southern accent. So like for me personally. So like whenever I say something like abai la, okay. Oh, okay, ding nada. So like la and la ya would be the R in the southern region. So I've acquired that. So whenever I try to speak Mandarin, sometimes I would add la ya at the end randomly in random places. So that's probably the dead giveaway that my parents were southern and not northern. Mostly the dialect is kind of normal, you guess. Okay. So a bit like English, like whenever you speak to an American person, it's pretty much more or less the same, but it will sound funky. In Shenzhen, if you speak Beijing style, they'll correct you. Oh, interesting. Okay. Passive aggressively, yeah. Like, I mean, in the United States, that happens quite passive. I find it. I'm not even sure if it's passive aggressive or you just make jokes on yourself. Like, you know, I always bring up the milk situation, right? I say milk, but if you decide randomly, it's like, hey, do you guys have any milk around? And then, you know, they would pause and say, what did you just say? Oh, I'm just curious if you had any milk around. We don't have milk here. We have some milk, if you like that. I'm over-exaggerating, obviously. But I feel that's what people think in their head. Like, they're like, okay, I still gotta be a little bit polite. I know that person just said milk, but I know they didn't just say milk. They said milk twice. Like, but it happens, you know? It's just they act like they didn't understand, stare you down, and then repeat. Exactly. That's the usual thing. My parents do that, and I do that too. In the United States, though, in an American situation, they actually do end up asking questions. I inherited my parents' pattern. So what my parents would do is they do the thing where I would say like, 你有冇吹冰冰有声音 right 买中国的声音 and then they're like 冰冰 or if I said something inaccurate or something and they would say it a couple of times and I'm like, yeah, that thing, like that thing, and then eventually when they get it they're like, oh, that thing, but they say the word again, right? It's like, oh, 健康 school 好好 and it's like school 好 like 什么好 like 好 yeah, you're in high school 好 it's like, oh, hao. I'm like, oh, okay, all right, fair enough. That's usually that's how I have understood, and that's my depiction of what Chinese people are like. They would repeat, and then they would look at you, and they would repeat again, and then eventually you say the same words so many times. Eventually, even though you're not saying the word correctly or not correctly or who's correct or not, it's just like, oh, and then repeat the word, and then we're good. That's how it goes. Like saying numbers, for example. Like I would say, okay, so wan one e1, right? E1 so wan, I would say like so wan soroi, like 10,001, right? Dollars. And they're like, so wan, are you sure? So wan, like 10,000. I'm like, yes, 10,000. And or I would just say so on back, and then they're like so on soroi, like so on soroi. It's like, oh, so on soroi, oh, so on soroi, and I'm like, yes, 10,001. All right, we got it. It's fine. It would be a natural routine. I totally understand what you mean. This might be off topic, but I'm curious. What does Mika even talk about? Whatever is on her mind. That's kind of a dodgy. It's kind of a dodgy question. I think she can tell you it. I think this is where you can leave it up to her to talk about. I usually just ask her about her day. I literally just ask her about her day. That's what I do. She told you to ask me, what does she talk about her day? You asked her, so she's comfortable? Oh, okay. What does she talk about? Her vibe. That would summarize 99.9% of what she says. She would talk about her vibe. Like, I'm not feeling this vibe. How was your day? Monday's vibe was okay. Tuesday's vibe was like kind of okay. It started like an okay vibe, then it turned into a number 6 vibe, and then it kind of just tanked to 3 vibe. But when I went to bed, it vibed about 6 by the time I got up. But then that vibe 6 was not good enough to do a vibe 10 task. That's, if I were to like illustrate what it's like, usually what she would use is she would use a bunch of diction, like a bunch of phrases, and it would deal with feeling. So feeling in a way of a vibe. So I'm not using vibe like Gen Z vibe, but she is Gen Z, so technically it works doubly as good. She explains things based on her vibe. So most of the time there are words like, well, it kind of sucks, I don't feel so good about this, I feel kind of like this, and sometimes I think I'm okay that this is happening, and I think this is getting better, I think this is getting worse. The things that we talk about is still about the day. So it's different for other people who are very analytical. They would specifically talk about like the details. But most of the time it's a vibe. Can you believe it? That she's older than you? Oh yeah. That's your characteristic way of speaking, but you grew up in China, Abdul. And you're multicultural. That's kind of if I had to take some factors, if you grew up multicultural and you're in a quote-unquote Asian country or under Asian culture, the roles that we focus on about perceived age, like our behavioralisms, are flipped. They are like in contrast with each other. So oftentimes the things that when you're talking to someone who's in like a westernized place, the characteristics of a quote-unquote older person are different characteristics. They're not better or worse, it's different characteristics. So if I were to evaluate you like right now based on our conversation, how we are engaging in our conversations, actively listening, and like banking off each other's conversations improvisationally. These are contexts of an older westernized person, someone who uses communication and active exchange of ideas. That would put you off as older in a Western society. However, you didn't say anything about feelings a lot. And feelings is westernized a lot earlier. So when you're a kid, you're typically encouraged to explore your feelings. So like, I'm happy today. You said, remember your first introduction? You said, meh, I'm okay. I'm actually talking. You said, meh, okay, right? Meh, okay. That's isolating. It's dodging. So it's a deflection. And it's a very common, like, Asian stereotype. And for me, that's how I sounded when I was younger. I rarely ever talk about my feelings. Like, are you happy that you got an A? Well, I got an A. What is there happy about? I worked hard to get the A. I'm just looking forward to getting another A, I suppose. Like, well, are you excited to get the next A? Do you think it's going to be hard? So I just do what I have to do. If I do what I need to do, then I'll get the A. Not what Mika would say. What Mika would say something like, oh, I hope I get an A, right? So again, these are stereotypes. So they're correlations and they're not causation, and they don't summarize everyone. But Mika vibes things. So Mika would say, oh, I hope I get an A. I'm not very prepared. I could have prepared sooner and I could have prepared more. I'm just feeling like I'm not going to get that A. And in Asian culture, like for instance, I grew up in a Chinese household. I get the A. Like, I did this and I'm going to get an A. I don't have much feelings about it. I have to get an A. And it's like, well, don't you feel happy when you get the A? No, because I needed to get the A. It doesn't matter if I feel good or bad about it. I have to get an A. And tomorrow I'm gonna try to get another A and another A. So, oh, and the whole prepare thing. I have a long digression about preparing things. Being emotionally okay with not preparing things is a thing that Asians do really well under Asian culture. Being not prepared and anxious and worried is more of a westernized thing. And hear me out again, remember, by the time we become adults, in my opinion, when you become 30 or something, at some point you do both. So this is what I mean by growing up in the United States. When I was younger, I was seen as very old. When I'm older, I'm seen as very cringily young. Because the things I explore growing up in the United States are the things I didn't do when I was younger. Because I was with my parents. So when I left my parents' house, like when I left the nest at 18 years old, I was surrounded by internationals and more Americans. So I became more animated. I became more reactionary, and I conversed a lot and lead conversations and talk about my feelings and talk about other people's feelings and stuff. So that made me younger. It made me appear younger to my parents and to other people who are my age now, because when they get older, they tend to become quote unquote adults. But the adult characteristics that I typically encounter in older Western Americans are the qualities that Asian cultures instill when they're younger. Like, you think you need to learn something? Suck it up. Do it. Right? You have to become an adult soon. Quote unquote, become an adult. Like, you have to learn how to deal with problems, solve problems. If you're going to complain, at least make it improve. There's no reason you ever complain about something like that. You always prepare. You're getting ready to be successful. And then later in adulthood, when you are successful in all the facts and stuff, then you start seeking courtship, right? You start meeting other people, and then you go through that really funny experience of sharing a relationship with someone, confessing your love, interacting, expressing your feelings, or learning how to express your feelings. It's the reverse. In the United States, in my opinion, most of the multicultural generation Americans, they already know how to do that. What they don't know how to do very well when they get to adulthood is everything you're very good at already, that your parents instill you, right? That's kind of the thing. Yeah. Your parents say, "How was your day?" It was a day. Yep. That's it. Your family used to complain when you used to say the day was a day, the day existed in the past. Yeah. Because your parents are older than you, right, Mika? And right now, the funny thing is, hear me out though. There's a funny thing that's happening with Gen Z that I find is humorous. So Gen Z, the internet is quote unquote aging young adults, quote unquote, faster from the perspective of my childhood. So we're talking about my childhood. It's accelerating faster, as in what I understand of other Americans. When I was a kid, people used to hang out, they used to share their feelings, you know, Gray's niece starts crying and all that stuff. But the internet now, an endless source of objectified objectivity, is creating many images that you abide by. Very similar to parental like methods in Asian culture, where they just keep showing you better examples of everything you do. So like, hey, you want to play sports? Here, the internet's gonna give you 10 people who's better than you. Get to it. Get better than them, right? How do Asian parents tell you that you suck? They'll find a cousin that's better than you and tell you that that cousin is doing better than you. Get better than them right now, right? Get on it. It's like, oh, you think medical school is hard? Well, your cousin is a well-renowned surgeon for 3 years now, and they were younger than you when they went to medical school. The internet now replaces that. And if you're wondering, hey, you know, Asian people are just built different, right? Or Western people are just built different. They're not really when you have the same conditional status. So now when you get an internet and you have a whole generation of kids who go on the internet and they are always fed the best examples or better examples of what they want to become, what is their behavior like? Oh, how was your day? How'd you do? And their response would be, it's all right. I mean, I'm never gonna be a superstar. Like, okay, so how's your drawing going? Well, I'm never gonna be better than Da Vinci or, you know, this new age prodigy online, so I guess it's worth something. Like, oh, did you eat something really good? Oh, I just ate an average meal. I mean, some people online, they eat like, you know, Wagyu every single day and they get paid to eat, so it's nothing special. Like, hey, how much Japanese have you learned? Like, well, I learned like 10 kanji. I know I'm really going really slow because on the internet there are people who learn like 1,000 kanji in like 3 hours. And you know what that sounds like? It sounds like growing up in an Asian household. Only it's on steroids now. It's like amplified. Because now it's not someone else encouraging you to do this. It's a machine that you're choosing voluntarily to blast your face, and you only have you to blame. That is what Mika vibes. If you want me to know how I may know that the parents are not involved very often, immediately, is how often I can use an internet trend and dictate how they feel. The moment, like, oh, you don't like drawing, huh? I mean, you say you like drawing, but you can't seem to be satisfied with your drawing? Okay, do you watch the internet most of the time? What kind of people do you watch? Do you have like 100 variations of someone who draws about the same amount of things, and they showed you that they showed 1,000 pictures of them drawing, even though they spent like 3 years and there are hundreds of them, and you inundated your mind with every single example of them, and now you think that's not gonna warp your satisfaction with your drawings? That is tough. Like, I'm gonna be real with you. That is really, really tough. I do care a lot about like younger people because I'm old, and like I don't have anything else to worry about, and that's tough. And that's kind of ironically very Asian, at least in my opinion. Like, the first thing you do when you grow up is you are given all the examples of what you should be, what you could be, and what you should be better at. So that's a bit of a digression on growing up. Again, stereotypes, right? Statistics, correlations, take it with a grain of salt. If this is happening to you, probably know that you're not alone. So that's one of the insights that happened when I was growing up in multicultural environments, I suppose. I don't know if you're experiencing a multicultural thing, because I'm not sure if your family's background, Abdul, is different from your existing environmental background. My parents' background is in stark contrast to my American upbringing. So in my life, my parents constantly had a conflict of interest with the Americanized side. I actually grew up in an Americanized environment. I did not grow up in like a Chinatown or something. I didn't grow up around other immigrants. I actually grew up in multicultural, like low income areas and then high income areas, but they were distinct from my parents' values. So every time I say a lot of things, I don't usually say many things, because Chinese, at least my Chinese values, my parents tell me, learn to get along, right? You learn, you stop drawing attention to yourself, you observe, and you do better than them without drawing attention to yourself. You let your actions speak. So you only stick out because you did some work. You don't stick out because you draw attention to yourself. You are needed, you are wanted. You have to convince people that what you do is something they want. And that is the Chinese thing, right? That's the classical Chinese growing up as an American situation, where you go there and someone says, why does life suck so much? It's like, life is not there to suck, it's there for you to conquer. And that's not my parents' words, that's usually my like flavor of what my parents would act like. Life is not there to suck and give you things. It's there for you to take and seize it. If you're not that, then you might be a little bit westernized. Because when you're a child, to me, by the way, I did adopt American culture quite a bit. When I'm a child, like when I'm a parent, I'm not a parent, by the way, but if I were a parent, I would spoil the heck out of my child. without a doubt. Like, you know, you might cue the, oh man, Maku is gonna grow up just to be like his parents, stern and strict and stuff. It's like, I really admire my parents. They've done everything for me, and they gave me things that are not the same way in the United States. Now I can spoil the heck out of my child. So like, if I had a theoretical child, I would give them the world. But the thing is, now I can also be there with them as well, because my parents sacrificed everything to make it so that if I were to have a child, I can be there for my child. So I can be both my Americanized, realized values, as well as align it with my Chinese values. The Chinese values, the parents would do anything for their child. They would sacrifice every single ounce of their life to know that they're doing the right thing unconditionally. And they have to have their child's confidence that no matter what, your child will never they will never doubt their parents' confidence. The thing is, sometimes that doesn't work, because literally a child cannot appreciate the idea of your parents not being around if they have to do something. Americans do the other way. You have to try to be around for your parents, for your children, to literally show them, to nurture them, coddle them, and spoil them with your presence. However, that also means that they have to take time from their work. So they're not pragmatically forwarding, making money, and, you know, doing all the other things that's at the sacrifice of spending time with their children. So when you slap it together, how can you have the two cultures align? Be successful and have the privilege to both make money while also not sacrificing time to be with your child. So that is the, like, in my opinion, this is a very general statement. It's the combination of my Chinese and American upbringing. In order to achieve that, I would have to be in a profession that allows me the time to do so, and at the same time to be stern and present, but in a nurturing way. And how can you be stern and present in a nurturing way? You get to be there with your children, do the things with your children in order to demonstrate how fun it is to be you. So my parents, when they were growing up, when I was growing up and they were getting, you know, they were raising me, they spent 13 hours a day, every single day, every day of my 18 years of life working at a restaurant. And when they come home, if we bump into each other on a rare occasion, like holidays or maybe graduation, which is like 1 out of 10, 18 years, they would tell me the only reason that they're never around is that they're doing their best to never have me take their place. Like, never take their place. Like, every single day when they come home, they're shouting at each other. If I ask them, why can't, like, you spend, you know, like, even as a child, I would do selfish things, obviously, because I was a child before. I would ask them, like, why can't we go on field trips or something? Like, why can't you come to the school? And their first answer is that we don't have time for that. There are more important things, and we're doing everything so you never have to do this. When you are older, when you get older, you don't have to slay away in the restaurant and business and stuff. So they kind of went against, they kind of adopted other opportunities, which is basically not quite the same. It's a little bit Americanized, where they think about opportunities as opposed to following tradition, right? A traditional pathway would be my parents would work up their business, and their business would be really good. They had a really excellent restaurant business, and the oldest child, which is me, the oldest male child, would inherit the business, and they would keep the business running. But we're not in China anymore, right? Like, it's not like my parents inherited their business from their parents, which my grandparents then inherited their business from their parents. My parents are setting roots, and the first root that they want to set is not to pigeonholed me into their lifestyle, which is to spend 13 hours every single waking hour working while juggling how to hopefully have children who can take care of themselves at a very early age. So that's kind of like me in a nutshell when it comes to my teenage years. You have no culture? Or, well, your parents been in China 20-ish years. Okay. So you grew up here and they're from Uzbekistan. 20 years? I feel like your parents, are you ever curious about what your parents is like? Do they ever like talk about it? My parents talk about it every single day. Like literally when my brain becomes conscious after sleeping, right? Like when it pops conscious, my parents would be juxtaposing China and the United States. Like every single day. Like, oh, yeah, you Americans, that's what Americans do. Or when I'm not around, they're like, oh, or even when I'm standing in front of them, they would say something like, oh yeah, that's a very American thing. Like us people would do this. And I'm just like standing there and like, I don't know. I mean, okay. And it's not a bad or a good thing, because for me, I know both. The idea is to know both. Yeah, there's a time and place, and you act that way, right? Like, I don't think only sharing parts of me is... I want to take this with a grain of salt. I'm not saying other people should feel this way. I am very comfortable in code switching. So for me, if I can behave appropriately, parts of me is sufficient. I don't feel like I'm like being neglected or suppressed or something when I have to code swap. So like when I go to like a family reunion, I don't mention most of the American things I do, right? When I go to an American, like they would have to ask me, right? One of the values is that, how do you remove all doubt? I have to ask you about it. So whenever someone says like, oh, what do you usually do around lunchtime with your parents? My first joke would be like, not this. I'm kidding. That's a little aggressive, but like a little passive aggressive. It's like, yeah, we definitely don't do this. Which is like, you might be thinking, oh, that's a bit offensive. Usually those moments when I say we're not doing this is like playing a tabletop game after dinner. That's not what you do in a Chinese household, at least in my opinion. Like, oh, hey, what do we do after dinner? Oh, we're just gonna clean the dining room table and then we're gonna break out a Monopoly. And we're just gonna play Monopoly for the next 2 hours. I'm like, I've never done that with my parents. I can tell you that. Actually, I don't think I've ever played a single game with my parents. Like, what I mean is anything. Sports, music, anything. I have never... I shared this with Mika yesterday, actually. Or technically earlier today. I told her that I don't even know what my parents enjoy doing. And I went even further and say, I don't even think my parents know what they enjoy doing. They've worked their entire life. Even to this day, my father is retired and he still can't find an appropriate way to spend his time enjoying doing something. All they know how to do, in my opinion, they give me the impression, is it's a struggle to not work. And for me, it's the same. It's the same. I'm always doing work. The nice thing that is different about me because of my American upbringing is the work that I do isn't the same work that they do. Like, they are chronically laborers. So they don't feel rewarded when they're not laboring. So if you want them to feel good, they have to literally labor and earn feeling good. And for myself, I didn't grow up with that. I mean, I did labor. Like, I went to my parents' restaurant before, worked when I was younger, right? I worked at food services and whatnot. I did those things. The thing is, they didn't do what I have done. Like teach, talk, learn about science, like conceptual ideas, artistry and stuff. They didn't get to do that because they spent most of their life dedicated to laboring. So whenever I try to explain to them, like, well, aren't you the least bit interested in trying to do this better? My father would say, just give me like some tools and then I'll just figure it out myself. I'm like, but you could also read about it and see what other people enjoy. And they're like, no, I'll just figure it out myself. Those are my parents. They learn everything by laboring. So oftentimes, you know, when you give them a technical device like an iPad or something, and they would hit a few buttons and like, I am over it. This stuff is just voodoo magic. Like you have to like learn something. You have to like learn abstract concepts to use a technical device. It's like, why can't it just be simple? And that's kind of where I come in. Like, it's like, okay, well, we can at least do this. And then nowadays, like, I'm getting a little bit better at trying to find ways to get them to, like, encourage them to do something, like use an auto translator, like an instant translator or a transcriber, using like Google Lens. Oh no, I think I just activated all my phones. My bad. I set the G word. Your assisted device, right? And because of AI integration and stuff, I know other people are saying, oh no, AI slop and stuff. I'm not talking about AI slop here. I'm talking about assisted living, like things that deal with quality of life things. So one of the fantastic uses, in my opinion, of AI, which by the way, it's not a priority for AI businesses, so I totally concede with the idea of AI priorities are misaligned. But for myself, whenever I see something like that available, I could say, hey, you know, ma, dad, right? Dad and mom, when you have your device on you, hit these 3 mechanical inputs and put your phone up to the object, and then it'll give you information that you can understand. And that's amazing. So things like lens technology, right? Like optical augmented reality technology. That's fantastic. And I hope that, you know, my parents are they're senior citizens. Hopefully in the last chapter, you know, the finish line of their lives, I'm able to integrate that, understand that technology that those Gen Zers really like, those automated things, and try to automate some part of my parents' life, because they 100% are opposite of Gen Zs. And I'm like 50-50. I'm like in between, right? I'm a millennial, right? So I have things that I like to automate and convenience because I don't like doing them. Like, I prefer not to. But then my parents have instilled me with, oh, there are things I really want to do, because then you get the reward of doing it. So, but my parents want to do everything. Like, they legitimately think like, oh, nah, I don't want a car to park for me, or nah, I don't need these cameras to know how to back into a parking spot. Nowadays, with a little bit of nudge, they are able to do both. Yes, they are still using their human judgment, for example, something as trivial as parking a car, right? But now they have the extra, you know, the extra line of safety nets where you have extra car, you know, extra sensors and camera devices. That's a long ways from a life where I remember where, oh yeah, you're not driving correctly if you don't know how to do it yourself and use your human responses. Like, well, you can do both. That's usually my response to most of these things. Whenever someone asks, which is better? And my answer is, why not both? Like, well, I don't want to do the other one. Okay, what's preventing you from doing the other one? I just don't like it. It's like, so that's not an answer to you can't do both. You simply don't want to do the other thing or learn to do the other thing. That's fine. This is, if you're wondering what type of conversation me and Mika have, Abdul, that's usually the combination. Mika would ask me like, oh, do you think this is better or worse? I'm like, neither? Both? So what do you mean both? It's like, how can both exist at the same time? Well, then I would ask, like, why do you think only one can exist at the same time? It's like, I don't know, it's complicated. And I would say, like, try me. Like, you have to have decided something in order to tell me that it's one or the other, right? That question came from somewhere. So for me, whenever I think about it, it's like, if you have time to learn both, learn both. Because oftentimes, in reality, you probably have to use both. Like a combination of both to really get the sense of it. Like, is learning Chinese useless? Is it useless to learn Japanese when auto-translate is around the corner, right? Like, I kid you not, right now, go buy a pair of... I'm not sponsored, by the way. Not sponsored, by the way. When a pair of glasses, you can buy a pair of glasses, put it on, have a pass-through Bluetooth, and you can walk anywhere, and you have a makeshift auto-translator. Instantaneous. And you're like, but then you won't get the native speech, you know, the nuances of native speech and stuff. So I get it. I get it. The thing is, you can do both. You can do both. That's my take on it. However, when someone hears that idea, you're gonna have either no or yes. As in, no, I'll never use that because there's the joy of learning a language. Language is a human experience. It promotes critical thinking and problem solving skills. This is the stuff that I say most of the time. Promotes a challenge. It creates critical thinking skills at different levels. And the integration of needing to output consistently while you're thinking keeps an active mind running, right? And then you put on the glasses, right? And the ears and the headphone, and you're like, well, if it's doing all that, why do I need to do the other thing? Because you can do both. Now that you have your language skills, you know, your language skills, you can confer what the technology is doing. Because when you understand how the technology works and how you're speaking and processing, you can help people with both. Now, when someone says, nah, I'm just gonna rely on the technology, then your critical thinking side can say, well, there's something joyful about learning a language. Hear me out a little bit. Or someone's like, no, I'll never use that technology. Like, there's no way I'm going to use that technology. I'm just going to learn all the languages. Okay, so you're telling me that if you go to a country that you don't like, you're not interested in, and you had to speak a language that you haven't learned yet, you would still refuse to use that advice and use it to correlate with your understanding of your existing languages in order to pick up that new language using the assisted device? Right? So you can make a compelling argument to integrating both of them. And that's kind of, first of all, I don't think most people think like this, and they don't have to. It's kind of a mixed bag most of the time. It's literally a mixed bag. You're taking a little bit from column A and taking a little from column B. What I'm saying here is a representation of my multiculturalism. I had become a person who didn't decide to reject one and accept another. I have often accepted both. So yes, someone's gonna say, well, if you reject one, you could be better at the one thing versus trying to negotiate the two. I agree with you. Absolutely. But I didn't. You did. So I can appreciate it's very impressive that you can speak fluent Japanese at a very, very high level since you chose only to stick with 2 languages. That's fair. Like, I have no objective reason to tell you you're not going to get benefits by not spreading out your level of thinking. And then someone else is like, no. If you stick to just one language, then you're just going to be a potato with every other language. It's going to restrict your learning potential. It's like, I agree with you. And then it's like, so then you're going to be a polyglot, right? You're definitely going to learn 10 or 15 different languages and use that for the rest of your life. It's like, no. I'm not going to do that though. There's diminished returns. Like, we're not going one way or the other way very strongly. And a representation of what makes me happy with myself is that I take the balanced approach. So no, I'm probably not going to be as fluent as people who selectively choose to specialize in something, and I'm not going to be as general and dilettante as someone who chose to only restrict themselves or chose to do it all. I'm not a person who does it all, and I'm also not a person who does a very few things very well. Everything should be in moderation, yeah. And hear me out. People who like everything in moderation are those who didn't adversely grew up having to reject or accept another thing. So what I mean by that is, my parents, despite being traditional Chinese, they didn't like forcibly macromanage my entire life to the point where I needed to either accept their value system or reject another value system. So because of that, I live a life of moderation. I'm not telling other people that they would be happier if they moderated and like balance their lifestyle more. They have to find whatever that is. Because as much as I want to cherry pick examples where moderation led to happiness or like balanced lifestyle ish, there are equally as cherry picked people who are like specialists, who is at the top of their game, right? And then there are those who simply got by doing a lot of everything, like consistently doing a lot of everything. So for myself, I picked about 4 skills, which I feel it's a very good question to ask other people. What, after they know me for an extended amount of time, what do they think I think the 4 skills that I specialized in? And then, of course, everything else I'm a dilettante in. So speaking Chinese, Japanese, Spanish, Fujianese, and English. 2 of these languages are probably going to be very fluent at some point. The other 3 are going to be good enough. It's never all of them. It's some of them. And it's never none of them. So my English is like collegiate level. However, when I'm streaming, I typically speak whenever I'm chatting with someone, like hitting up the, shooting and just yapping. Whenever I'm yapping with someone, typically you won't hear most of that type of English. It's usually when I'm like writing something professionally, or which I don't do anything professionally at the moment, or I'm providing an analysis of something. So if someone gives me like, hey, can you break down the analyses of this academic paper that I'm basing my 10-year thesis on, or like my current graduation hypotheses or conjecture about their interpretation of their results, then my vocabulary might get into the collegiate level in English. The thing is, sometimes when you don't practice certain things, you also aren't really that good at it until you maybe like dust the rust off. So that's what I mean by, I don't think those languages are accurate when I say I'm fluent in certain things. Sometimes I don't feel like I'm fluent in English after watching things in Japanese for a very long time. Like I could spend a whole evening watching something in Japanese and reading Japanese, and then the moment later it's like, whoa, I just realized my English is kind of sucky. And that this is what happens. So we've been studying Japanese grammar for the last over 100 days, right? And every time I go to read it, I'm like, oh man, my English principles are really, we both say sucky. It's because I'm adapting to the fiction. I don't say sucky anywhere. Like, I don't say sucky in very particular places. I also don't say, or never, always, feelings a lot, actually. Vibe, obviously. There are words that I've injected. And saying I a lot more is a new thing as well. Usually, I would refer to it as it has been said. So this is very Japanese as well. It is known. People suggest. A majority group would find it. This is the subjunctive mood. So there's something I talk about a lot. I'm sure I'm using it inappropriately, but I usually refer to this as the subjunctive mood in English that is rarely used. Whenever someone asks me to express my opinion, often before someone asks me to express my opinion, I'm usually saying and observing things. So it is often common to find this predilection to do something when you have the following factors. And often these are corollary factors. So mind the disclaimer, right? Those are the ways I would speak. However, when someone asks me my opinion, or most of the time now online, like on stream, when someone says, this game sucks, or this game is sucky, my inclination would be like, skill issue. I'm kidding, obviously. This is a joke, but that's how I would adapt to, if someone says this is sucky, there's a very good chance that skill issue could create a humorous response, or I could say something like, huh, what is sucky about it? Oh, I know, I'm playing a gacha game. So when someone says this is sucky, it's like, yeah, I know, gambling sucks. Why can't you just like throw money at this and get everything you want, right, bro, right? Like, it's just gotta be easy. It's just, why don't they just make gacha 100%? That's the only way it can be less sucky. I got you. I feel you, man. Exactly. So instead of when someone asks, if that person asks, the sucky person asks, so what are your opinions about it? Then I would switch and I would see if the person would stay for my very, very long version. So what I would do is I would do a TLDR that takes 30 seconds. And then I would give them a 5-minute version. I would give them a 30-minute version and a 3-hour version. And if you haven't noticed, Abdul, you are getting into the 3-hour version. So all of my conversations and topics are getting longer. They're lingering longer, and then they're wrapping back up to all our existing conversation topics, so we can integrate all our memories like that we've come to establish today. So we're crossing the 3-hour mark now. This is what I would do. So we start with your 30-second icebreaker. Usually it would be something that you give me. Man, you guess you got practice with Mika? I mean, you got... Oh, yeah, okay, that's fair. And this is where we, you know, kind of leave it off, taper a little because of interest of time, right? Usually I would go as far as someone needs to get to a lunch break, or they go to bed. However, I kind of feel like we kind of see eye to eye a little bit on, you know, playing the chicken. I don't know if you ever do this, where if my parents stay around with friends, right? And they would try to find some way of like, hey, we gotta go. But you're still talking, so let's talk some more. Yeah. And then you can kind of gauge if there is a group that wants to continue talking, because when they're saying goodbye, the goodbye gets like longer and longer. There's like a tug and pull between the goodbyes and whatnot. This is a very common pattern, at least in my opinion, when I would be assuming, Abdul, that you have experienced. I wouldn't assume that's what other people have experienced. So I'm sharing this because you probably have. You keep begging your dad for us to leave, or you used to. Yeah, fair enough. Yep. I was like, I was the kid who, when I was younger, I sat there and I'm like, well, I gotta occupy myself with my thoughts, because, and here's me making commentary. I'm almost 40. This is me making commentary on my teenage self. That spoiled kid, you know, that 14-year-old that sits there and say like, man, this is so boring. I can't relate to anything they're saying. They just keep talking about me in front of me, but I just kind of want to leave. Right? Now, when you get older, you know, we'll have this conversation in another 10 years or 20 years. The older you get, the more you like, man, we just don't have enough time to cover everything that we need to talk about. We do have a lot of things to do, but I kind of just have so many things to talk about. Where are we going to find the time to talk about these things? And then we have to leave. Like, so what happens is goodbyes become painful. Like, it's tough to end a conversation, and it's also tough to start a new conversation, knowing that it's gonna take a very long time. Like, it's gonna slowly get longer and longer, and you get to the point where, oh, now I know why my grandparents always talk, like why I should have sat around and, you know, hear my grandfather just spout about anything, because the older you get, the more you're going to. Oh yeah, German term. Yes, I'm not going to try to pronounce it, but it is that, the gate closing panic. Yes, German word. Yep. Fear of time running out. Yeah. There's also the, what was it, there was, I use another German word that I don't want to pronounce right now, but there's no such thing as a free lunch German word, because it was adapted from German to apply in economy. But oftentimes I think it's also very appropriate dinner table talk among like Chinese individuals. No such thing as a free lunch situation. And that whole gotcha example, it was a setup for that, where like, oh, this is sucky, why can't gotcha just be 100%? There's no such thing as a free lunch. And you're wondering, it's like, but it's just digital goods, it's free, and like, why can't they just give me free stuff? There's no such thing as a free lunch. This is what me and Mika talked about, by the way. This is a topic that me and Mika talked about yesterday for a very long time. The concept of there's no such thing as a free lunch. And I forgot what the German word for that is. It's a economic term that was taught to me in high school, when we had high school economics. It's like no. I'm not gonna try because I might botch it. No. Hang on. Let me at least look at the term. Tanstaffel. Tanstaffel. I'm just reading it like English. So this one. It's an abbreviation for a German term, I think. This one. It's about like every choice has an opportunity cost and nothing is truly free. that stuck with me for some time. I think it was 11th grade. Yeah, hidden costs. 11th grade econ class. It might have been 10th. Either 10th or 11th. And this stuck with me for a lot of time. It's kind of true though. It really is. That's what's the thing about it. When you look at opportunity cost, right? The cost of opportunity, it's hard to measure. And it's very difficult. And the moment you think about it, it feels like most things have a cost to it, right? It's the potential of a cost, or the different choices you make have opportunity costs. And I feel this is far more relevant now because of the internet. And I already mentioned the whole, like, the internet creates objectivity, or hyper objectivity, and this hyper objectivity creates extrapolation behavior. So for example, should I start learning Japanese now? What is the opportunity cost? Because the idea is that person, when they make that decision, they're going to tell you, literally, in my opinion, 90% of their rationale is going to be about this, about opportunity cost. Like, oh, if I go to this college now, but I could have gone to a different college, what is the opportunity cost that is lost or gained? So because the internet has so much information now, so we're not knowledge checked, by the way. I'm going to talk like a D&D person momentarily. So we're no longer knowledge checked. Like most people, because of the exposure to knowledge, their knowledge rolls are like 1+ on success. You can always roll anything and you'll be success in the knowledge check. However, because of the misunderstanding of how opportunity cost translates to actual cost, like actualized costs and actualized profits, wisdom check fails hard. Like wisdom check is on a 20+. You need a nat 20 and higher to get a wisdom check. And when you're young, when you're super young, so if you're less than 18 years old and you're chronically online, wisdom doesn't come from knowledge. It's the other way around. Knowledge has a chance. Like what? Sorry. Knowledge has a chance to create wisdom. However, wisdom is very strongly helping knowledge. So if you have wisdom, you can generate knowledge and you can absorb knowledge, but it doesn't go the other way around very strong. So you can know a lot of things without any aspect of wisdom. And what does that look like? Saying learning Japanese, for example, or learning Mandarin, right? Learning Mandarin or learning Japanese, the only thing you have to gain is the content itself. Right? That's the knowledge itself. Not how it's useful. What are the quote-unquote opportunity costs? Like the projection of opportunity costs. The actual profits. You don't know those things. These things are based on wisdom. And there's an act to doing them to know what it is. So oftentimes people ask the wisdom question, hoping that the knowledge would compensate for their wisdom or lack of wisdom yet to be found. It's not good or bad. It's more like humans don't have wisdom. Humans build wisdom. They have knowledge. You can have plenty of knowledge online. Like you can know, hey, these are all the kanji in Japanese. These are all the, Chinese Hanzi, right? Go. And you sit there and you're like, but what if I go now? I see what I need to know, but now I'm gonna use what I see I need to know, and like, do I really want to know it? I can't answer that question for you. Like, wisdom doesn't come from knowing more things. It comes from doing it and discovering what this knowledge is going to do for you. So that, in my opinion, is the core of my conversations with most people, like anyone. The core of the conversation is, all right, we know a bunch of things, you know a bunch of things, you know that I'm wrong, I know that you're wrong, etc. We can argue about facts, we can argue about correlation. Correlation is not the causation. What makes us friends? Or what makes us humans when we exchange wisdom? And where does wisdom look? What does wisdom look like in various forms? Emotional intelligence. Human experiences. And we have to really have to emphasize human experiences, not surrogate experiences, not like vicarious experiences, human experiences. So the moment you exchange wisdom between two people, you immediately comes closer. What else? We'll go back to the beginning. References. Especially filtered references. So we're not talking about the knowledge of a reference. Like, oh, I can quote this guy. It's how you use the reference to express yourself. That is the wisdom. If you're saying, oh yeah, so there's this quote, it's called, you quote this and it's from episode 1, scene 31 of this show. And it ends there. I'm like, okay, thanks for the info. You didn't explain to me why it's important. Are you telling me because you want to say something about it? Where's the wisdom? Where is it? Where's the human experience? Where's the emotional intelligence? So the difference between someone who knows a lot of things and someone who knows maybe less because they have to spend time building wisdom, then you'll know the difference. There can be someone who says, oh dude, man, painting just sucks, man. Drawing, oh my gosh, drawing is the worst experience ever. And then the other person would say, yeah, you know what, drawing is the worst thing ever. That time when I was like trying to figure out how to create the texture of this really particular grass. And this grass, oh man, for the life of me, whenever I like do one stroke of paint and then I try like put another texture on top, like, do you know what I mean? Like, maybe you kind of want to crumble up some newspapers and just like jam it into your paint layer and then make it crinkly, but it just doesn't come out right. You know what I mean? Versus someone who just tells you like, yeah, grass sucks. Or another person, oh, grass is easy. Here are the mechanical steps to how to produce grass. Like, thanks, my friend. I can see that you can tell me exactly how to read off a laundry list of things, but you didn't tell me what the human experience you have with it or the emotional impact that it had with you so that I can converse with you. It's a little bit of a mixed bag, in my opinion. A lot of times people are more emotionally intelligent about themselves, and that's the closest thing you get, which is a starting point. And then you have knowledge. Knowledge is the other starting point. Like whenever I use stereotypes today, right? We have to take it with a grain of salt. I used a lot of stereotypes today, and those stereotypes are a starting point. And then the only way the stereotypes are okay between the people who are listening to this conversation is that I made it about myself. I made it personal, and then I made it as a connection point between you and I, right? Abdul, you and I have different perspectives, and I'm trying my best to try to guess at what type of perspective you have. So whenever you're about to say something, chat delay could possibly catch up. So if I get to a point where if I know you well enough and I'm reading between the lines of how you respond, at some point there's going to be points where I'm going to be writing a word on the screen and it's probably something you have typed, and you're probably going to delete the word, or like some people have they're a little bit like hesitant to just simply type the same thing, but it happens often where if I'm getting closer, there's a chance that I will say something that is like 5 seconds away from the next person typing. And that, to me, is when you know you're in the zone. You set people up and you know that you're vibing. Welcome to the vibe zone. I'm kidding. I just wanted to throw in the vibe thing. Now we're vibing, you know? We're feeling each other. Vicariously. Not in the weird way. Platonically feeling each other. Okay. That's yeah, Vibe City. Yeah, Vibe City. Vibe City. Do you remember the meme? I don't know if this is older than you or younger than you. Vape City from the, what is that? That he channel or he3 channel. I still remember that meme, man. Like in Vape City. I'm surprised that didn't get linked with the whole vibe meme where they just pull over. Like kind of like that meme of that guy is very in line with the whole vibe thing. When you said Vibe City, it reminded me of Vape City. Or what is it? What is the meme called? I don't smoke, by the way. I think it's kind of interesting. Oh yeah, I haven't really talked about that, huh? It's not here anymore. It's not really that popular, I suppose. Yeah, it's not on Google. Like if you try Gemini and you enter a couple of keywords, it doesn't bring it up anymore. I guess not. There used to be one. I don't know how the channel, like how well the channel is doing. It's had been ups and downs with the content creator. But there was this like meme about during the idea of vapes, right? The alternatives for smoking. And interesting. Now I feel old. Okay. All right. That's good enough. Good enough for day one. So welcome, Abdul. Did I ever tell you the percentage breakdown? You're in the 1% now. The 1% that sit for 3 hours. I have a huge selection gate. Like a huge selection gate. So when you pass the 3-hour mark, that's when we know. You didn't even notice? Mission accomplished. You'll drag him back, don't worry. Was it you that actually dragged him though? You know? She has you in her basement basically? Oh. Better get on those Chinese lessons. Hey, if you can achieve that, then we can totally find reason to speak in Chinese, I would say. If you're able to do it, all the power to you. Intriguing, right? Intriguing. Okay, I think I read. Yeah, we're good. This is the okay. Making someone do something. By the way, I don't know if you noticed this grammar point. She hates watermelons. Yikes. And cucumber. Yeah. I have concluded that she hates drawing, but she definitely loves making good art. For sure. She likes making good art. She hates drawing. So, she likes good. Oh, sorry. Let me be a little bit more clear. She likes good art. She hates drawing. She hates doing the art. She really likes good art though. She knows what she likes very well. She also knows what she dislikes very well about art. Doing it, not the greatest thing. If I had to advertise myself, you can put me in a box. You can put me in a box. It's a really big box, so at least in my opinion, I think my box is fairly big. I like doing things. Doing things is the thing. If you tell me it's complicated, in order to not say something, I will probably ask you to explain it. If I tell you it's complicated, take a seat. It'll probably take like 2 or 3 hours. And then we might get to like the first topic of why it's complicated. Doing, right? Speaking is also part of doing. She thinks you get bored if she spoke about art. Isn't that interesting that it's a you problem and not hers? I think her and I are both better at saying what we dislike than like. Oh, interesting. So you guys are dislikers. Mika has asked me this on stream, by the way. So this is full disclosure, right? We're making clear all parties involved are comfortable with this, right? For me, I had to explain you pull her likes out too. Okay, so I have to explain about myself. Mika has asked me, so why do you do things? Or how do you know that you like to do something? Or how do you determine that you like or dislike something? Like me personally, she has asked me this publicly, and I have talked about this many times because oftentimes people ask me, what's your favorite thing? Like, what's your favorite thing? My favorite things are the things I do. If I had a choice, like we're often talking about voluntary choice, right? If I get to choose to like or dislike something, I would choose to like it. And the way I can choose to like something is by doing it. So I do things out of curiosity before determining if it is likable or not. And oftentimes, I succeed at finding something that I learn or think about it. So if I choose to do something, 99.9% of the time, I will end up liking it. Because I have reason to like it. So if someone asks me, hey, you think you'll like this game? Can you get me to play it? If you can get me to play it, then the answer is yes. Because I wouldn't choose to do something I don't like. Right? If you force me to play it, then yes, there's a chance I can dislike it. Right? If I'm forced to do something I don't choose. And yes, like for example, I don't choose to get allergies. I don't choose to have respiratory problems even though I want to run. And then when someone asks me, well, then why do you run if you have respiratory allergies? Because I choose to run. The allergy part is something that I dislike, but I still like running because I chose to run. So those two things, even though they exist, they're not quite connected. So that's the thing about drawing and artwork. if artwork sucks, right? Does this mean you should choose to do your homework? I always choose to do my homework. And here's how I choose to do my homework. I choose to do my homework because it doesn't have to be forced upon me later. What is the solution to procrastination? Do the things at your own choice before it is forced upon you. Isn't that an interesting thought? It doesn't work for everyone, by the way. Stop talking to me. Hear me out. You're probably stopping her from like studying for the SATs as well, but it's a mutual thing, right? So, konnichiwa, sub-san. Hello. Genki desu. How are you today? Sub, how are you? So, hear me out, Abdul. My first thought is it takes a while for this to work, but usually if something I know will be forced upon me, like a deadline, for example. A deadline, right? I had a problem most of the time when I was younger. The deadline would be like, this is, you said you always like hold off, you know, and then your parents would get angry and whatnot. But when I was younger, what I did was I planned my procrastination. But I don't call it a procrastination. I had a plan to know how long before a deadline to do it, right? That's where it started. When I was around 17 to 18, that's when I started. This is the transition point. When I was 14, I was straight up procrastinating. Just straight up, right? I wait until it's forced upon me so I don't have any choice. And then you step up. You step up, you know, the Asian grit. You step up and you do it. A little around 17 or 18, that's when it started becoming a plan. Because when you do this enough, you learn how to do it well. Hear me out. But this is a bridge. When I got to 20 into 21, when I was in college, I realized, well, if I could plan on my procrastination, like if I knew, you know, if I did 2 weeks, right? I know this is going to take me 2 weeks, even though they gave me 3 months, right? It's like, yeah, I'll just do it 2 weeks before. Like, but what if I did the 2 weeks first? And then I can do whatever I choose the rest. And hear me out. You might be thinking, oh, that solves everything, right? No, I have a final, there's another stage, because this stage has a problem too. So when I was 25 to 26, there's a problem. If I start and I finish something early, guess what happened? I ended up spending 3 months on the same thing anyways. So when I finished something early, I ended up working on it all the way to the end anyways. Like, okay, I finished the main objective, but then I spent the other amount of time making it better than it was before, or even more than that. And that's when perfectionism comes in. Yeah, that's when perfectionism comes into play. So now we have a problem. So nowadays, I got the quote unquote good enough with obligations. And now we're back to our present day, which is when I entered my 30s. And my decision making now is based on the things I choose to do will always be something I like. So whether I choose to do it, when do I stop doing it, when do I start doing something and then finishing them, all the things I choose to do will always tend to be something I like. And then when I know that there's things I have to do, I do them first. And then move on to the things I choose to do. So nowadays, this is my like routine. You start with, is there a choice? Well, if there's a choice, that's a +1, right? And then you're like, okay, well, what's extra points? Extra points is no obligation, no future obligation. That's an extra point. This is for the reward, the payout. So the ideal case is that I choose to do something and there's no obligation. It'll be extra rewarding because no one's telling me to do it and I'm still doing it. That is how you get extra points. So this is the highest form of reward. I learn a language, no one is telling me to learn that language. Extra points. Now then you have a choice and an impending obligation. So that's usually like homework with a lot of time, or project with a lot of time. This is secondary now. So you get some reward for doing something and then telling someone about it. So you do it early, like, hey, man, I really got to get on this homework assignment. It's like, I did it like an hour ago after class. Like, okay, how'd you, why? Like, so then I can just chill. Why not? And like, why not? It sucks. And I'm like, is it gonna suck more or suck less when you're doing it close to the deadline? Like, I understand if you're like a planned perfectionist like me when I was 20 years old, you understand that it's gonna take 4 hours for you to do it before the deadline. But if you're so good at knowing that you need 4 hours, why don't you do it in the beginning? It's still going to suck, right? It's going to be sucky with those 4 hours. So I'm using the same logic that someone used. Like, for example, Mika would tell me, like Mika would tell me, oh yeah, it's probably going to take me 4 hours and then 2 hours here and then 4 hours here and then 5 hours here. And it's like, okay, prove to yourself you are right. Do it now. Because if that 4 hours here, 2 hours here, 5 hours here turns into 50 hours, then you were wrong about yourself. But you can't prove that if you're constantly planning your procrastination at the end, because the deadline is the reason why you'll never find out. So when I moved it forward, then the true taste of perfectionism starts to take hold. So here's the irony, in my opinion. Most people think their perfectionism, there's like the gold standard of depressive perfectionism is when you're constantly trying to spend exactly the same amount of time to do something, but it's called obligatory perfectionism. Basically, someone like, for example, Mika would use something like, oh, it's just gonna take me so long to really be satisfied with my artwork. Prove it. How long is it? Like, it's just a very long time. It's gonna be longer than the deadline I was given. Prove it. Prove it to yourself. Not to me. Prove it to yourself. Prove to me that when you do this artwork, it's going to take you longer than the deadline. Do it. The reason why I'm saying this is then no one can counter argue against you. And you're like saying, okay, well, what if they just slacked off the whole time? No one's winning from this. Like, it's if you say like, oh, but what if this person just to prove a point, they decide to slack off and spend the entire time like, what I'm trying to say is I hope they can prove it to themselves. So then when they know they need more time, they are incentivized to reach the new type of perfectionism. And that's not obligatory perfectionism. It's self-perfectionism. That's what I experienced when I was in my 20s, in my mid-20s, like early and late mid-20s. Self-perfectionism. The point where no matter how long you work at something, it's never going to be good enough. Notice I said something. No matter how long you work at something. So right now, the vast majority of internet knowledgeable, well-educated, like well-knowledgeable people are in obligatory perfectionism. This is where they hypothetically gauge how long they need to do something, but they never do it. So they have no evidence. They simply surmise based on knowledge. When you get to self-perfectionism, the reason why I'm mentioning these two is when content creators, when you see a successful content creator, right? Like everyone's seen successful content creators at this point. When someone says, "Oh, don't worry about being perfect," right? That error, like avoid perfectionism. They're actually talking about two different perfectionisms. The one perfectionism that they're talking about is the self-driven perfectionism, the one that they can't stop doing something over, like they can't stop doing it. The obligatory perfectionism is when you think you can't do something because you're trying to achieve perfectionism. And I think there's often a misunderstanding between the two. And this, I'm sure you've seen the Dunning or the Kruger-Dunning graph, right? The obligatory perfectionism is here. The self-perfectionism is here. You have no wisdom to know what is perfect. You have no XP. You can't possibly know how long you're going to take to reach that art that you like. You have not done it. It's not possible. And I'm not saying you should feel bad about it. You gotta know that it gets better. Like when you understand that it is the obligation that creates that, you can get better. And now I understand this is gonna suck, but it does start to suck because you're gonna enter self-perfectionism in the future. Now there is another group. This is enlightenment. And that's when you get the consistency. And that's when you know that self-perfectionism is a goal that is unattainable. Because you don't want it to be attainable. What else are you going to work on if you attain perfection? That's enlightenment. That's one of the in my opinion, that's one of the top 3 life lessons when you experience self-perfectionism. Like when you experience self-perfectionism, one of the most common, like people say these in many different ways and not using the exact words that I'm using. I'm not a psychologist. So, when to get yourself out of the pit of despair, right? The pit of despair. A point of enlightenment is when you understand that one of the life lessons of true self-profession is that you have to become enlightened to the idea that you want this goal. You want to keep this goal. Because otherwise you lose your driver. Like there's no longer a driver. So when someone says, "Oh, I've accomplished my masterpiece," they're going to go on to do something else. They're not going to continue with the thing they're doing. It's not all dead and good. Like when someone finally reached their perfection, they move on to something else. The thing that you have no longer has a self-perpetuating thing. So to me, oftentimes these two things get misconstrued. Like, oh yeah, this person this person gets me. They understand what perfectionism is. And I usually talk about this because when I say, oh, well, I'm never satisfied with what I do. It's like, why does it even matter? And then someone's like, oh, so you understand like what it's like to sit here and never start something because it will never be as good as what my mind says. I'm not saying the same thing. I'm saying no matter how much I do the thing, I'm always going to want more. It's very different. And I think it's one of the things a lot of language learners and others will want to hear as a vibe, not as a mechanic, as a wisdom exchange. When you think that what does fluent Japanese sound like in your head? My thought is, yeah, I'm never going to be satisfied with my Japanese. And they're going to think like, oh, well, of course you can. All you have to do is like listen to someone who has really good native accents and study and immerse in this, and then you'll be able to mirror them entirely. It's like, I don't understand what mirroring someone and sounding exactly like someone has anything to do with being unattainably desiring to do better, right? That would be a way where there's a dissonance between emotional intelligence. So nowadays I typically speak about obligatory perfectionism, which is, okay, so how long do you think it's going to take to become fluent in Japanese? And the person will say all of it. They will say, you know, the first year I'm going to do the Genki textbook, and then the second year I'm going to like do Wanikani, and then I'm going to sentence mine for 6 years, and in 2 years I'm going to move to Japan on a visa, on a jet program. It's like, okay, get to doing it. And the bigger that plan is, in my opinion, the less and less likely it's going to be that plan if they start doing it. And also, the bigger that plan is, the less and less likely they're going to do it. The moment your incompetence reaches the level of obligatory perfectionism is the moment that it is unassailable. Not to me, like I'm not here, like it's not my problem, right? Like if I told a person, oh, it's like start doing something, trust yourself. If you don't trust anyone else, trust yourself to know that your vision is going to change. It's going to be better than when you're theorizing and not doing anything. But that's not, the source doesn't come from you. You're not the last straw from the outside. The person themselves is. So to me, I would say whenever it comes to language learning, we have to make this about language learning because we're language learning. Okay, so this hill is so rough the longer you think about it. And now we tie this back to like likes and dislikes. I get this question. This is one of the top 10 questions. When do I like something? Do I think it's my favorite? And so do I like and dislike something? The shortest answer is I always like things I choose to do. And when I'm streaming, I'm always choosing to do it. So anything that I've chosen to do, I'm going to like. And remember, when you are watching YouTube, right? When you are watching YouTube, most of 90% of the content are people who are choosing to be successful and choosing to do the things. No one is forcing them to post a video about their things. You might be saying something like, but what if they have to pay the bills and like they have to pay their employees? And then you know that they dislike it. You know why? Because think about companies. Think about when they have to do a sponsorship. Think about when they have to generate monetization for their project in order to do something they like. All those things, you will see the person in a potential disliking phase. The thing is, that's not what you see most of the time. You typically see all the things they choose to do. So if you want to know what relates all of the success stories and underneath the core of every person that seems to be better than you, right? Like the whole Chinese thing earlier that we mentioned, where you're like constantly inundated by successful people, is because they don't choose to dislike the things they're doing. So why start there? Like, that's one of the hardest things to communicate, and it shouldn't come from someone else. It has to come from within, with someone else. So like a lot of supportive people and yourself. It's both. You need yourself and everyone else around you, right? If you're saying that people do work by choosing to be upset about doing the work, it's not the internet. The content creators, like the whole purpose of the content creation that you see when you're acquiring like knowledge and information is that at some point, not all the points, at some point they have already destroyed this. They eviscerated obligatory perfectionism. Like when you see them and they go through this phase, the first thing they answer in an interview is, oh yeah, don't worry about what other people say in the terms of taste. If you choose to do something and you really like it, pursue it. It's not the same as saying if you pursue the same thing you like, it will be guaranteed to be good and liked by everyone. That's not the same. Like, so I think there's often a miscommunication. When you think it's this, when someone's incompetent and lacking wisdom, they think that those two things are the same thing, where if you choose to pursue perfectionism, people will like you. That is not true at all. And oftentimes this comes from a misinterpretation of a successful person saying, you gotta like the things you do. You gotta pursue the things you want to do. Because the things you want to do are the things you like to do. And that has nothing to do with if you do it, everyone's gonna like you for it. The point of enlightenment is that that person is already looking at self-perfectionism. They're doing things that they want to do, and it's not gonna stop them. Because they are enlightened. There's no obligation for them to do that. This is an obligation. When you're pursuing perfectionism in order for other people to like you, that's an obligation. The whole reason to seek professionalism and the best way of perfectionism, not professionalism. Sorry, the word is actually professionalism that I'm looking for. So perfectionism, especially amateur perfectionism, is the idea that you have to be perfect in order for people to like you or to get recognition for like things that are dependent outside of your control. Self-perfectionism is doing the best that you ever can no matter what, because it's unattainable. You can't possibly ever be the best you, because tomorrow you're going to be better. And tomorrow, day after tomorrow, like any day, at any point in the future, you're going to be more perfect than your current self, because it's your life keeps going. It doesn't just randomly stop when you say, oh, I've reached perfection. There it is. You're still here. This is where you are if you say suddenly one day, yeah, I reached perfection. Like, says who? You have to rest, and then what about tomorrow? What about the day after? So enlightenment is that comment. Hey, you gotta pray real quick. Mika should be able to fill my shoes and more. Be right back to a bit. Dunning-Kruger. Anyways, I'm done with, I'll wrap it up. Oh gosh, you had me doing your homework. Well, hear me out, Abdul. take whatever it is working for you, like whatever I managed to do. I don't take credit for that. I think you already knew you were going to do your homework, in my opinion. Like, don't sell yourself short, right? Whatever it is that worked for me, now it's your turn to bridge whatever it is that's preventing Mika from doing her. Yes, deadlines due by tomorrow for time-consuming assignments. Yeah, so whatever that's working for you, you can always share it with Mika, and then, you know, we can encourage each other to do so. Myself, for the record, like, if you want to know, am I going to get my studies done today? My bottom line studies takes about an hour and a half at the least. And every day I set aside 4 to 5 hours to do a digression. I prepare most of these stories on a daily basis. So in the event that I meet someone new, I will have at least 7 to 8 talking topics prepped for conversation. So I want to say this in advance, because I say this to every single person who passed the 3-hour mark. While you're talking about and worrying about your time-consuming assignments, I've prepared for that as well, so you don't have to worry about it. I really do appreciate when people say, oh, I don't want to waste your time, or, oh, I'm not worth your time. This is Mika's vibe. Most of the time it's like, oh, you know, I don't want to burden you with my problems because you might not have the time to find reward in helping me. You see how different that is, right? And versus like, oh, I feel kind of bad for wasting your time. Now you can't get your studies done. It's like, don't worry about it. I'm saying this in advance because I have already planned for this. I chose to stream. So if I'm studying to choose to stream, wouldn't it be prudent to set time aside to account for the chance that you're going to be, quote unquote, distracted? And then usually this is where I would segue into like a 4 or 5 hour discussion of how actually my studying is secondary to the whole point of all of this. And the whole point of all of this is to have discussions and get people to exchange words of wisdom. And that word of wisdom breeds a collective understanding that we should encourage each other to do things. Do more things. Speak. Share opinions, right? Tactfully, right? Exercise discretion and whatnot, but share opinions. If you get tired and often say, it's complicated, it's okay, my day is just meh, right? Right in the beginning. Someday down the line, I feel like there's going to be a high chance where you're going to say, why is it so hard to say more? Why is it so hard and exhaustive to form a connection with someone else, regardless if it's a stranger or not? The short answer would be because you practiced it. It's convenient. What is very convenient, in my opinion, in this day and age, is to say that things are too complicated. Things are too, oh, it depends, right? It's complicated. It depends. And you're probably not going to meet a lot of people who say this anymore. Try me. Tell me what it depends on. If you know so much, you gotta prove to yourself, and by coincidence, I also get to learn about you. Right? It depends. Go for it. Let's start with the first topic and let's do it, right? And that's where I end up talking to most of these people, like Beth. Sub is a good sport. And people go in and out most of the time. In fact, most of the time, in the period of 6 months, the people that I usually talk to, they cycle. Like, they no longer are around. And my thought is, in my head, I hope they're having good conversations with other people, right? The reason why they're not around is because they found other people to talk to. Or you can talk to ChatGPT, I suppose. That's a start. I do use AI as a punching bag a lot of times, largely because let's just accept that the ChatGPT doesn't have feelings yet. Maybe you'll have feelings in the future. But for now, we're gonna use ChatGPT as a punching bag. Use AI to confer. Well, that's good. To me, that's taking advantage of what tools you have, and then, you know, it's not a substitute, it's a complement, right? We gotta understand that you can use all the tools you want in order to do things. Tools are to do things, not to prevent you from doing things. It's the weirdest thing. You know, there are points, me and Mika did this conversation. No one has the joy of choosing their food anymore. It wasn't exactly the thing we were talking about. It's underlying. The theme was underlying it, where I was trying to get it. Like, there's not even joy to thinking about the choices you make a lot of times. Like, people don't even have joy to choose what's the next game they're going to play. Actually, nowadays, I've asked this question all the time since I'm in the last 2 years, because I do language learning, right? I ask the same question. Why do you learn a language? Like, why Japanese? Why Chinese? And I can tell you that the vast majority of them don't really have any clear conviction as to what their choices were in the first place. Like, what I mean is, it sounded like they didn't have a choice. It's that one meme, I have so many choices to make, smile. And then, yeah, right after, I have so many choices to make. Yeah, exactly. Like, ooh, that's a good meme. The moment you, someone would say, oh, it's complicated, you know, there are so many factors. It depends. You have to, there are so many things that can happen. And I'm like, okay, so you can choose that and then do that. Like, oh, well, now well, I can't do that. And then they explain everything possible that they can't do that. I'm like, well, so much for it's complicated. There's so many choices, and it lots of possibilities can happen. You already know you have, like, I don't have to convince myself. I simply keep asking them, okay, then choose B. Like, well, I can't do that either because of the following reasons. Okay, choose C. And if they have a C, and it's like, oh, well, I can't do that anyways. Well, it doesn't sound like you have any choices. Right? Like, it really doesn't sound like you have any choices. So what's so complicated and complex and dependent if you're spending time arduously not having choices? Like, you just ruled out all the choices. So are you telling me, which I'm not trying to, like, you do not try, like, this is, you know, me reflecting on it. I would not try to gaslight them. This is a vulnerable spot, right? Because they're telling you your choice. They're already talking. You got them to talk. You got them to explain things. That's a great step in the self-awareness category. So instead of gaslighting them and saying, like, well, then go choose another thing. The idea is you don't want to press them hard enough. The clever thing, in my opinion, the safe thing to do is, okay, what is, out of the 3 choices, what are the ones that you are most sure of? And then they might come back and say, well, it depends. It's very complicated. So let's, okay, all right. Is it A? And then you can get them to say a bunch of things. It's like, all right, let's write that down. Is it B? We write that down. Is it C? We write that down. Okay. Now I'm going to ask you the same question again. Which one is the least disagreeable choice? Right? And now they can no longer say it's complicated and depends because they themselves has written out those things. Okay, let's go through them one at a time. I actually have literally done this exercise in many contexts already across, like, actually Mika and I had many of this. At this point, it's probably pretty routine to see what the steps are. The idea is I'm not providing any of the answers. There's no choice that I'm making. I'm not making the choice for the person because they have already made a choice. Like, what I mean is, when they say it's complicated, there's a lot of variables, it depends, they can make the choice. So try to convince them, like try to get them to make the choice themselves. The moment you say like, well, just do A, trust me, and they will fight against you the whole time because it's well studied. They know, they have a lot of knowledge. The timing of this is very interesting. I think this is more of a wait, hold up. What is that? What is that psychological effect? It is interesting timing. However, the topic that I talk about is that, what is that psychological effect? Everyone tends to have this type of experience. So the timing might be very interesting because it's probably, I'm talking about a topic that generally would be relevant to the vast majority of people in this context, like me including myself. So I choose to talk about this topic because I think it's something everyone thinks about each and every day. The idea of juggling choices, making decisions, and then basing it on a unfathomable depth of information. Like, you're inundated. I talked to Mika yesterday about how I lived in a world, I grew up in an environment where sometimes I don't even know that there was a fire in the same city. Right? So we have to keep in mind that my childhood was built on the wisdom of my parents because the vast majority of the existing knowledge that exists with the wisdom were my parents. There were no outside, and my teachers, right? And my not friends, the bullies and stuff. Those were my learning lessons. There wasn't an endless pit of confirmation bias that I could go on the internet and confirmation my bias, like just get absolutely inundated to convince me of everything I think I know is true. Like, bullies are sucky sociopaths, for example. That's not true. The reason why I say it's not true is because I had to actually learn what it is that they did, because I didn't go online and read about it. Sucky, right? That's what I mean. And it's a different dynamic. This is not the same as trying to tell someone, hey, you gotta magically unchange and unbork your childhood. I'm mentioning these things to provide contrast. The disclaimer is many of my wisdoms or word of wisdoms and mindset is contextualized by I grew up without choices as well. Oh, wait. Men off. Hold up. Is that it? Hang on. Oh no, it's not that one. It's related though. It's the one that deals with personality test. The Burnham effect. The Burnham Fourier effect. it's also related to the Bader-Meinhof phenomenon, where when you want to see something, you see it all the time, but the Burnham effect happens too. So basically, like, it is a lot of these topics that I talk about, it's consistently loosely related to all the things you see very often. So because you see it, and it is related to the mere exposure effect. And again, I'm not a psychologist, so a psychologist can probably say these more accurately and use these more accurately, but I'm using these principles in my own way that serves my purpose, so keep it with a grain of salt. I don't have very deep knowledge of this. However, I would say from what I understand, there's a classical synergistic effect online when you're an internet person and you're very young and impressionable. These things feed on each other. So the internet is very effective. Their algorithm is very effective because of the mere exposure effect. This is when you see something often enough, it becomes true, right? Targeted advertising, for example. And then because you see something often enough, it plays on the Bader-Meinhof effect. When you see it often enough, you think it's true, you look for it too. So when you look for it, you can still reinforce yourself to be true. And when you are confirmed, like the Burnham effect off like a personality exam, right? Like if I told someone, hey, let me say some vague things. Let me say some vague things that will apply to you, right? And then you can see those vague things everywhere else. When you see the first couple of times, the internet will serve you the mere exposure of it to confirm your Burnham effect. This is the cycle. Yeah, and then the Pygmalion effect is also relevant. So this is a closed loop. And I really truly mean younger people. Because when you're talking about like me, for example, right? Me, it's not good or bad. I'm outside the loop because I lived before the internet. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The internet made this really fast, very relevant. It took longer before the internet for this to happen. So like, for example, you have a cough, right? And I'll tell you, oh man, that cough, the way you say you have your frequency of cough, that sounds like you might have lung cancer. The person will then describes like, oh, lung cancer, some of the symptoms would be coughing, and there might be some phlegm, and then you might have some shortness of breath, and sometimes when you run, it can be harder to run because you're deep breathing. All this happens to normal people. Like that, what that person has described is something that is characteristic of a lot of things. So then this person will go and say, oh yeah, that's right. It kind of sounds like me, right? It's some generic, stereotypical, internet, glossy, hand-wavy type of information from someone. In comes the Burnham effect. It's like, oh, I think I'm a lung cancer patient now. Then you go and you look for lung cancer online. And the moment you look for lung cancer online, you'll be fed lung cancer evidence. So when you get that, the mere exposure effect then gets augmented by confirmation bias. And hear me out. There's a big if here. Someone says, well, no one's stupid enough to only look for one answer. They would look for counterexamples. They would null hypothesis tests, right? Like, all forms of critical thinking would involve, no, it can't be that convenient. There's no one truth, right? There are so many possibilities that would negate this confirmation idea that there's no way someone would believe that narrative predicated on confirmation bias. That's where I said is synergistic when you're younger, because typically the younger you get, the less and less likely you have witnessed contrary data, contrastive opinions. If you grew up on the internet, you've already been conditioned for this effect, like this line of effects. And the vast majority of my discussions that are related to all the topics that I talked to like Mika about, and possibly anyone online in this segment, like in this streaming, I typically ask, well, what if it's not? Can you tell me the data that would support if it's not that? Because that's the null hypothesis test. So when someone says, oh, I think I have lung cancer, based on these really well researched, like they know a lot about lung cancer now, right? They know quite a lot. What if it's not? If you operate on the null hypothesis that it is not lung cancer, then what else could it be? And then it's going to sound like, oh, I think you have a respiratory infection. It's like, okay, what else? What else can it be that fits most of your data, or whatever you well rehearse? Oh, it could be a lack of exercise. It could be allergic reaction, an acute allergic reaction. Wait, I think I have COVID. That is what I mean by the younger you are, the more susceptible you are, because you are lacking wisdom. And that shouldn't, to me, that's something to look out for. Like, the idea is you either are in the internet so deep now, it's great to elevate that level of awareness. If you're not, then you wouldn't be talking to me anymore. Yeah, you can take I draw diagrams all the time. Yeah, you can totally take a screenshot and make a better diagram. Because I'm improvising a lot of this, you should make a better diagram. That is if you're gonna take a screenshot, right? Hear me out. If you're gonna take a screenshot, make a better diagram. Because all of this stuff is like improv. Like, I'm drawing spaces and stuff, so work it out. Go sell it with a better diagram, right? Take your own notes, right? What I mean is, screenshots are great. Gotta make it better. That's the idea. And usually that's my response when someone says, oh, do you mind if I record you or quote you and stuff? It's like, do one better for me. Take that quote and make it better. There's no reason you should only leave it at that. If you're going to think that something is going to sound, like, if you think something is interesting, use it. Go do something with it. And that would be the best thing ever, right? And I don't really even care if you don't say anything about where you got it. The idea is you're trying to do better. And I feel there isn't enough people saying that. If you're wondering, does this exist? Does this phenomenon exist? If you look at, like, for example, an interview with, like, say, Stephen He. I always call him Stephen He, even though I think he pronounces Stephen He because he's like westernized. But anyways, like someone like that, or Nigel, I forgot his name. Nigel Wynn? It's probably Wynn, right? Something like this. Those people, when you look at their interviews, oftentimes interviewer would ask, so do you ever get angry when someone like just copies your stuff, right? Copies your stuff and just churns it. Oh, actually, I imagine Mr. Beast probably had something like this too. Obviously, I don't really watch these guys religiously. I do watch interviews though from specific hosts because I love different hosts like interviewing host who like brings out an opportunity for people to talk about their success. And the whole idea of duplicating and copying, like taking notes and studying references in drawing, like taking drawing references and all that AI related stuff. The idea is do better. And then that, like, if you ask these people like do better, then they'll do better. To prove to yourself that you're learning something. I think that's where that idiom imitation, right? I feel this idiom is misused sometimes too. Imitation is the best form of flattery, or maybe a form at this point, but I think it was said as it's the best form of flattery or something like that, or a form of flattery, right? To me, there's more to it. Imitation is a form of flattery because they are going to try to do more. Okay? That's all I'm saying. You better tell if you're gonna go eat, Abdul, you better tell me about what you ate. I'm just saying. And I better be jealous. No pressure though, no pressure. But if you're gonna eat something, you better come back and make me jealous about your food. Alright, cool. Alright, I'm gonna try to finish this. I'll be around for like the next couple hours. So I'll see you then. Thanks for the chat. For now. Okay. So let's go on to our next grammar thing. Oh, okay. So this is off like to you, right? To you it's to say something that is good, but now we're using a different tense. So I guess turning it into the te form gives us the could say, you might say, and we're using the da, right? Because we have to sort of like normalize this in a way. I don't know if I can distinguish between the difference between normalization via no and normalization via da, or maybe it's not even normalization. I'm probably gonna have to sort that out soon. Okay, so to ite mo ii, right, is a common expression in Japanese, which literally means even if you say a, it is good. Okay, like kind of don't worry. Oh no. This is translating more naturally as you could say a, or you might say a. Even if you say, what's that? I feel like these two things are different things. Let's say a. So it's still good if you could say, okay, fair enough. As the to at the beginning of the phrase is the quotation. Oh, this is the quotation to. I see. To ite mo ii may be used after almost any statement that the speaker wants to quote.
あの人は1日に7食も食べているから、1日中食べていると言ってもいい。
Okay. I got sort of lost when wait, hold up. 1日に
あの人は1日に7食も食べているから、1日中食べていると言ってもいい。
Yeah, I got lost there the moment I heard this. It's so sharp. How does she speak so fast? I'm under the impression that most of the grammar ones are actually voice samples, so Man, that's so fast.
あの人は1日に7食も食べているから1日中食べていると言ってもいい。
Yikes. Okay.
そのスポーツは危ないと言ってもいい。
Oh, thank you. You slowed down a little there. I think the E column gets really fast. Like ichinichi is a full sequence of E's. The E row, I guess, the E row.
あの人の仕事のやり方は丁寧だと言ってもいい。
Fair enough.
彼女はすごい優しい人だと言ってもいいでしょう。
Yeah. Most grammatical structures in Japanese that use you will often appear without kanji. Yep. This is simply to make them easier to recognize as a grammar pattern rather than a standard word in sentence. This is also true for patterns that include iku and kuru, which I absolutely love. It's one of my favorite parts. Arguably top 10. Arguably top 10 what I really appreciate, or learning to appreciate anyways, about the Japanese writing system is this a fun fact here. It's so great. Like, because it doesn't exist, right? Quote unquote. Typographically, it doesn't exist in English and in Chinese, which are the only, and then Spanish. There's not like a separate conventional script that was reserved for these things. And the interesting thing that I've been using Japanese, this nature of Japanese, is that one of the great things is you can learn vocabulary, right? And you can get the gist of the paragraphs to incentivize learning the grammar and stuff that connects the relationship between those words. So the neat thing is you can still use context clues when someone says, like, when you're reading a paragraph and then you see like a picture or something, like subtitles. I'm talking about subtitles. So when I'm reading subtitles, right, I have most of my time was used for vocabulary and then like kanji reading. So despite not knowing the grammar things as quick as they're speaking from time to time, outside of the common phrasing and whatnot, I can sync up the kanji to what they're saying and what I'm seeing, and I can still get the idea. Now the thing is that relationship can also translate into all the grammar that is missing, and that grammar is often the things in kana. So what's really neat about that is it gives you like a visual indicator when you're reading things to be like, where should I start? How do I get better at this particular thing? Let's go look at grammar. Because of the way Japanese, I'm not saying it's always true. It's awesome that is that. I don't think necessarily that people who put out subtitles and anime and stuff follows that to a T. I find it incredibly refreshing that because if you think about English, okay, there is a dog. All right, so is not a majority grammar point. The helping verb, right, is, or the, I guess, a participle. A participle. Yeah, a participle. Or maybe not. It's a helping verb for sure, but in this case, it's telling what the thing is, so it could be a participle. Something like that, but you can't see it. Like, this is a dog. You can't really see the grammar. The idea is the script shares a common thing, and I really enjoy this part. And Chinese doesn't do that either because it's the same script. So it's pretty neat. I'm not sure if I'm gonna end up browsing or perusing another language. That the only additional languages that I've considered so far would be like Spanish and French, and that I'm at least aware that the French doesn't use a separate script. for this type of purpose. So this is really neat. I think it's one of the things that when someone asks me, is there something that you notice that you use distinctively to your collective knowledge when it comes to reading Japanese that makes Japanese very distinctive? This little fun factor here. It's so neat that when you're reading through a sentence, you're like, okay, well, I know a lot of vocabulary and a lot of kanji. It's like, okay, well, it definitely has something to do with a girl, and it definitely has something to do with a very nice person, and it most definitely has something to do with something being said, and that's all. Like that's it, right? So you have like a girl or someone, or she, right? She, nice person, said. That's it. You have qualified for, you have gone the satisfaction from learning your vocabulary, your kanji. Now when you're in Bunpro, you're like, okay, so we have the topic marker, we have an adjective that is often used in the kana, so even then you can still link this up to the character, right? This character. Right, this character, Skoi, and then you can also find E. E is another technical character. You can technically view it as a character, and then actually I'm not sure if Desho can be replaced. That's fine. So then all the other things are like, they're probably grammar related, and that's cool because you can get a gist at different levels, and that's what I've been doing for now. Not quite worth being jealous over. You did get chicken with sauce around half an hour ago. What type of sauce and what type of chicken, Mika? Because I'm gonna tell you now, I have a really massive craving for chicken. We don't eat chicken on a regular basis, not in the household anymore. So occasionally my father would go and get like a fast food chicken, right? And I'm like, yo, chicken. You don't know what type of chicken? Okay. Like, what about what part of how was it prepared type of chicken? Like, there's something really interesting about biology where when you don't eat something for a very long time and then you eat it again, it tastes amazing. Rich chicken? Yeah, but how is it prepared? Is it boiled, microwaved, grilled? What do you? Come on. Help me with it. What type of sauce, by the way? Like, nowadays when I see a piece of like, right, why would you know? By the texture? By how it eats, how it chews? If it's grilled, it probably have some sort of grill marks, I suppose. If it's baked, probably the outside's a lot drier than the inside. If it's boiled, it's just chicken. All right, fine. It wasn't raw. Great. Like, if it's stringy, it's probably... Oh, if it's stringy... Yeah, sometimes the texture is affected by the cooking method. I imagine it was probably grilled chicken. It wasn't dry. Okay. So, interesting. Was it coated in anything? Like, was it fried? Maybe flash fried? I imagine it was like grilled on a very high heat so that but you kind of want the chicken to gently cook. Anyways, yeah, it wasn't dry. I got you. How about the sauce? Okay, so how does this contrast with temoi? Okay, the temo form has the core meaning of even if. Okay, which gives an ask for permission. For example, if it's can you eat this and whatnot. But this one means it's okay if you, even if you do. I guess it's basically saying what they are. Fair enough. And then this is the quote. That's where the to is coming from. The to is the formal quote. Interestingly enough. Okay, they didn't quite differentiate between. Alright. It had sauce on it. It was like not barbecue sauce, but similar. You really don't know. It was some okay chicken. A vinaigrette. Not like barbecue sauce, but it's probably like tangy and acidic. Was it cold or was it warm? A vinaigrette, I would say maybe like cold, but tangy, not like barbecue sauce. Intriguing. You had it cold. Okay. Alright, fair enough. Demo. Oh no. Demo. Oh no. Alright, so this is related to our last point. Okay, verb. Okay. Mo. Te after a verb and an e adjective, and de after a non-noun, sure. And then nakte, yeah, dewa nakte for the other ones for the negative. And janakte. Janakte, okay. The combination of the conjugation particles de or the case marking particle de with the adverbial particle mo. Okay, often has the nuance of even if a or even though a. Use the structure to simply conjugate a verb or e adjective into a de form and then add mo. For nouns and non-adjectives, right, demo will be used instead. How can you tell how chickens was cooked based on each popular method? Probably not each method. I'm actually gonna look at what methods there are. I imagine texture is probably the closest, I would say. Like for example, if you have sauteing, like pan searing, right? You just go shh and then turn it around. Usually then the chicken would be in thin slices because you have to make sure that they cook evenly. So when you pan sear something, they're usually strips. So the way the chicken is, it would be very thin, you want to cook through. So usually they're strips. So you didn't describe. I'm imagining you have like a chunk of chicken, probably the breasts. Resting, and then there's roasting and baking. So roasting and baking typically would seal the juices in. It was medium thickness slice, okay. And you didn't have multiple slices. So like roasting and baking tends to create a firm outside. There are usually not any indicators of charring or anything. And typically the center still stays relatively alright. Like there's relative juice. And deep frying is when you definitely get the moisture. And then deep frying has frying on the outside, so it would appear a different color. It will result in crunchy in the exterior, as opposed to like a crispy, straight up a crispy exterior. The deep frying would create a crunchy, and oftentimes there's a batter involved when you deep fry it in order to seal in the moisture. So roasting will definitely, and baking will definitely be on the drier side. I don't think people poach all that much. I don't even know how you would poach chicken. Braising and slow cooking, that's when you usually have like fall apart type of meat, and oftentimes braising and slow cooking, the chicken has like very lines and stuff. It would like kind of shred it. So sometimes when you have shredded chicken, it's typically like braising and slow cooking because it would fall apart. It tenderizes the meat. Velveting is a Chinese technique. So velveting is like what like Americanized Chinese places would use, where they would take cornstarch and a mix of like a slurry and an acidic agent to make it very tender, but they come in strips. So it's not like one slab, just they come in strips. And then sous vide would be like slow cooking. However, you can have the whole chicken breast sous vide without having it shredded. Sometimes people would sous vide the chicken breast and then shred it to make like some pulled chicken or some jerk chicken. I don't know if I can think of any other cooking methods. There's air frying. Air frying is gonna make your chicken taste like the desert. So if you try to air fry a chicken, maybe you could try to batter it and do like an air fry thing to seal in, but if they air fried it, your chicken will come out like the Sahara Desert. Don't air fry your chicken breast. Like, don't air fry your chicken breast whole. It would sap up all the moisture. I feel like baking is a risk too. Baking and roasting tends to dry it out. So oftentimes, if you're saying the chicken was not dry, but maybe it was juicy. If it was juicy, possibly some really quick methods that it's penetrant, but chicken's tough. Yeah, this is quite tough to make not dry. The outside wasn't especially hard. It didn't fall apart by itself. Oh, okay. Probably like baked, roasted, or grilled. Baked, roasted, or grilled. It's probably roasted or baked, like heat was applied evenly to it, and then if you don't have any actual charring on the side, it's probably roasted or like eat it in some way, like oven baked or roasted chicken, because there's no visible thing outside. A lot of times how fast heat is applied to the piece of meat would give away what its cooking method is. At least the texture side of things. And then the juiciness kind of relates to that. Interesting. Nothing visible? Oh, okay. It's probably roasted. Roasted or oven baked chicken. And another way to create the oven baked and roasted chicken without anything on the side is microwave. When you microwave chicken breasts, that happens too. And one of the most common ways that people prepare chicken is grilling it. And grilling it has a chance of drying it out in the interior because the grill has to apply the heat through the chicken. Otherwise, you can risk getting salmonella and whatnot. So oftentimes grilling ends up very dry, like without other prep. Like if you're just gonna straight up throw the chicken breast, it's drier than other methods. Hence, in my opinion, why whenever I see like fried chicken, you know, like fried chicken tenders and stuff, sign me up. It's less likely to be dry than, say, a grilled chicken. And then baked, like really heavily, like quickly, high heat baked, you can still get fairly moist chicken. Roasted is very common with seasoning. So like if you roast an entire chicken, you know, when it's attached to the bone and all that, that's nice. I think roasted chicken is the middle average thing that most people do. You get chicken, like a whole chicken even, and roast it. Like a rotisserie chicken is typically roasted. I haven't had chicken in a while. Even chicken, to me, even chicken gets exciting when you haven't eaten chicken in a while. My family, we eat like an egg, 1 or 2 eggs, and like a fish fillet, and then vegetables and rice. There are very few things outside of it. Okay. All right.
あの人に言っても何も変わりません。
Interesting. Okay.
お茶は冷たくても美味しいから好きです。
冷たくても Okay. Alright, I got you.
彼女は仕事が大変でも諦めません。
Okay.
安い電子レンジでも弁当は温められます。
Wow, this emo and demo structure makes it so that it reads from left to right in a very Englishy way. That's interesting. Yeah, like Yasui, you know, Yasui Denchi oh man, Denchi Renji, right? Denchi Renji, right? Demo, even with a cheap microwave right here. Bento wa atata meraremasu, right? And then it is, oh well, no, it's still, this part still does the reverse thing. The clauses are in the same order, is I guess what I'm saying. Like this clause is first and this clause is second. This grammar pattern may also be used for highlighting negative sentences, and will translate similarly to even if not or even though not. Yeah. Highlighting negative sentences. The natural Gen Z speaking voice. It's okay even if you don't finish this by tomorrow. It's okay even if you fail. It's okay even if you don't do good. Even if I had time, it's still bad. Even if I do it, I would still fail. Yep. That is a demo and a demo for you.
これは明日までに終わらなくてもいいから。頭が痛くなくてもこの薬を飲んでください。
Oh, that's a good one.
野菜は好きじゃなくても食べた方がいい。運転手じゃなくてもシートベルトをしなくてはいけない。
I lost something. Oh, seatbelt. Seto belto. Okay. Chicken! You had? Alright, you failed. Ato, get out. I'm kidding. Take your time. Demo, the form after nouns and non-adjective, is often considered to be an adverbial particle itself. Yeah, because we know demo. And there is often debate amongst native speakers as to whether demo is actually a word or simply a standard group of de, the case marking particle, and mo, the adverbial particle. However, it may be easier to remember demo as its own word for learning purposes. That's kind of how I go about it currently. Leftover Turkish food, like Turkish barbecue. Did you get a kebab? Like skewers? Off skewers? Like they were originally like skewed, right? And like open fire and then you just put it on, probably diced. No nose kebabs. Interesting. Off skewers. Well, what I mean is they were flamed, and then like, is it a smoked chicken or beef, or are we talking about sauced barbecue? Dry rub, wet? Are we talking about moist sauce or dry rubbed? Oh, they didn't show you? Oh, okay, fair enough. Okay. I need some details here. You just eat it? All right. I got you. I got you. How was it? How was your eating experience? What kind of beverage did you have with your chicken and beef? I'm actually, my stomach just grumbled, so slightly meh. Oh. No beverage, you're a criminal. Yee. No beverage. What if it was less meh if you had a beverage? There was also some rice with lavash. What is that? Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, that's what they're called. Interesting. I got a very nuanced question for you about lavash. I'm just gonna pronounce it the Americana way. Can you taste? This was what me and Mika was talking about earlier. Can you taste the difference between the textural difference between naan and lavash? Like if you were blindfolded and you just go and like finger it and okay, tell me what is it? Tell me what is it, because I haven't had any, so I wouldn't know. What would you like? What would be the first things that come up like to pay attention to? Because naan is not flat. Okay. It's actually fluffy, yeah, and soft, uh-huh. Are you telling me that lavash is not? It doesn't have fluffiness to it? I mean, I understand it's a flatbread, but okay, it's thin, sure. But it doesn't have leavening agent in it? I kind of thought it did. Flat, easier to rip usually? Okay. Now, do you know the different regional naans? Because not all of them are like a big pillow. Do you know what I'm referring to? Like the naan that is closer to a flatbread? Yeah. Yeah, okay. So I got you. Less airy ones, yeah. They actually kind of look like leavened tortillas. Oh yeah, Xinjiang, yeah, exactly. They kind of look like wheat tortillas that are blasted with heat, so there is some air bubbles in it, but they usually end up becoming flat. Like they kind of resemble like tortillas that have leavening agent in it. But I know which ones you're talking about, the big pillow things. The big pillow naan. It's actually a very striking vision, like seeing the really pillowy naans for sure. That's kind of cool. I don't eat a lot of I don't get a chance to eat a lot of wheat related things. My parent like my folks don't do that too often. The closest grain related thing is rice. It's nice that Mika said something. Yeah, she told me she doesn't care about chicken. And I basically asked a bunch of series of questions about how chicken is prepped in order to ascertain what type of chicken she had. You know? It's not some rare occurrences. I know it's not some rare occurrence. Why does it have to be a rare occurrence to be interesting? I mean, isn't that the whole point? If you can't be interested in things that are frequently occurring, how are you gonna be interested in your life? It's just like having you in the conversation too. Chicken. Like, hear me out, Mika. If you're making an argument for it's not some rare occurrence, think about how uninteresting life is. And what I mean is, I'm not telling you what's something you already know. I imagine your life is very uneventful because it has to be rare to be eventful. I'm kind of vibing that. I understand. So homework would be uneventful because it's not a rare occurrence. Almost nothing is a rare occurrence. Yeah, the vast majority of people's lives. Yeah. Compared to, I mean, it's a logical paradox. Even in syntax. Right? Almost nothing is a rare occurrence because a rare occurrence is rare. That's a cyclic, it's a logical paradox. A rare occurrence is almost nothing because it's rare. Apart from Mika hating watermelon, yikes, man. It's almost summer. What is my family is probably gonna break out the first melon soon. And it's watermelon. Suika is summer 101. I imagine you're gonna break out some watermelon soon, right? Because you're in China. Oh wait, is the weather different there? Hang on. I need to understand my meteorology here. When it's summer here, it's not summer there, right? It's different, right? I don't remember how this works. When it's summer, like for the Western Hemisphere, it's like not summer. In the Eastern Hemisphere, I have no idea. I'm really terrible with meteorology. So, is that how that works? Like, is it still summer there if it's summer here? You can tell I don't think about these things very often. Oh, it's just north and south, I think. Oh, okay. Fair. Good. So, do you guys not practice eating watermelons? Watermelons during the summertime? That's kind of like your super stereotypical. If you wanted to think about like a really stereotypical Asian portrayal online. Well, everyone in Uzbekistan is no matter when. Oh yeah, I understand that. But what I'm talking about is the ceremony of watermelon. So, like, we don't just... I understand that you can eat watermelon throughout the year, and then importation and exportation can make it possible. But watermelon is symbolic. It's an Asian tradition to eat watermelon, because watermelon is in season in the summer, right? I know it doesn't matter anymore, like, oh, you can grow watermelon all over the years. I get it, you know, like, you know, what do you call it? You can have hydroponic plants, like greenhouses. All of them can make you grow watermelon. But you don't really think about that? Oh, okay. You don't go to the beach and crack open a watermelon with a stick while being blindfolded? I thought you loved anime. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Are you telling me, as a person who likes anime, you haven't seen a scene where when it's Golden Week, close to summer, they don't just buy a watermelon and go on a beach, spin around and try to hit a watermelon? You haven't seen that? Actually, I've never seen a Chinese depiction of that. I don't think Chinese people do that in my head, personally. But we do eat watermelon, though. My father, we buy, like, watermelon's red, so it's very fortuitous as well, I imagine. So my father would buy watermelon when the summer season comes to light. It's one of those superstitious but traditional practices. Yeah. Like here. Oh, Mika, why do you hate watermelon? I know, right? Why do you hate a symbolism of fertility? I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Alright. So we better get on this. Let's see. So Temoi. How is this actually, yeah, how is this related to Temo? Is it still the same Temo? At the core, okay, so Temoi is often translated can I. In English, the literal is it is okay even if I. Okay, that's fine. Demo, how is this different? Attach the word to mean any, as in, oh, this demo. Okay, to add to something, yes. Anything. What else we got? We got the actual verb, even like, can I do something? Okay. Being on Discord VC but still talking on YouTube live chat. I do that a lot. Or not Mika and I, but like others. We do that a lot. It's like having casual conversation while having an alternative conversation. No, hear me out, Abdul. I know it's obvious now. I don't think it kind of a little bit surprising that whenever someone's like texting me or talking to me on VC and stuff, they don't often wonder what I'm doing. Like eventually, maybe like after a year or two of knowing someone, eventually someone would ask like, are you doing something right now? Like literally while we're talking or conversing or texting. And my first answer was like, yeah, I have always been doing something. You would, I often think you would think that's common, and then I would ask back and I would ask the person, are you doing something right now? It's like, yeah. I'm like, okay. So what are you doing while we're talking? Where did etiquette go? So hear me out. hear me out. So etiquette. So, you know, like etiquette, right? Etiquette was based on a social norm, right? Etiquettes are determined by social norm. So the current vogue of etiquette, if you are self-selecting into a Discord channel, right? If you're self-selecting to the medium of Discord, then you will probably self-select into a 9 out of 10 situation where someone claims that they have ADHD symptomatically, and they are more than likely to have a diverted attention, a divested attention. I call it a divested attention. Most people would, in the old age of social etiquette, you know, before the internet, oftentimes before the internet, or like various countries and stuff, not necessarily represented by the internet, but this would be called a divided attention. And the reason why I'm calling it a divested attention is because this is by choice now. Or, I'm going to put it in quotes, by choice. it's more like practiced. So the most practiced behavior when people are talking to each other, especially like a younger Gen Z, for example, their attention tends to be divested. And the etiquette that you play is you try to be part of as much of the divested attention that you have. So for example, when you are in a VC with someone like a Gen Z, for example, and you ask, oh, are you doing something right now while we're talking? Like if you're someone who has a social etiquette that requires dedicated attention, right? Dedicated attention, which is the same crew that talks about divided attention. You would be like, don't you just spend all your attention talking to me because we're talking to each other, right? Or like face to face or something, that type of older standard, not bad or good, simply older standard. They would say something like, oh, I'm playing Minecraft. It's like, hey, do you want to play Minecraft together and then we can talk? Then their divested attention increases. So what happens often is screen sharing can be a thing. Completing each other's sentences, cooperating in a multidisciplinary task while speaking to that person. That would address the natural inclination to divest their attention into a singular person, like a singular source. Otherwise, it's fairly common etiquette now, or more like expectation, not necessarily an etiquette. There's no standardization of these rules anymore. Typically, most people have divested attention when they're in self-selected through Discord or Twitch or live stream. Like, I'm not here expecting you statistically, again, this is statistics, you can be one of those people, but statistically it is unlikely that anyone I'm talking about has the expectation or the etiquette that I have your undivided attention. Regardless if I'm having a conversation with you, it is probably a divested attention. Now, how is this important to me is that nearly all the time when I'm having a long conversation, like this very conversation we're having, oftentimes people think that in order to consistently have ideas and like link to longer conversations, having a segue to the next couple topics that will come back to the very first topic we talk about, requires that you dedicate all your attention to that single line of thought. It's not quite the case, because sometimes when you're practiced in divested attention, you can create a new topic in the background while speaking the current topic that you're talking about. So the reason why I say that is because that is the technique that I use most of the time. I understand that there's no such thing as true parallel thinking. That's biology is a restriction on that. Like, you can't have parallel divergent line of thinking at once. You're snapping back and forth very rapidly. So like true multitasking is what people talk about oftentimes. Like, when you're saying you're playing a video game and listening to someone at the same time, or you're looking at two different things, you're doing them at the same time. That's not true. You're going back and forth very rapidly, right? The thing is, nowadays, this is that ADHD feeling, the ADHD conditional practice. And I understand that some people might think they have ADHD. I don't know. Maybe they're diagnosed and whatnot, but it contributes to the same feeling. So the nice thing about knowing this as an expectation is, if I'm talking to you right now on stream, right? And you could be doing anything. You could be doing 6 or 7 activities. How can I grab as much of your divested attention as possible? So I often do the standard thing. I ask you, what are you doing right now? And the moment you tell me enough of what are you doing, 67, right? 6 or 7. I say 6 or 7 a lot as a range, by the way, just by coincidence. Like 6 or 7 things and 6 or 7, it does happen. So while you're doing that, right? Yeah, 6, 7. I understand, but most people say 6, 7 after I say 6 to 7 or 6 or 7, right? So for this, the reason why I ask questions about what did you eat, like when you came back, and what did you eat, right? I am trying to capture your divested attention that you would naturally have. And that's kind of, in my opinion, one of the new adaptations that is required if you want to get someone's attention, especially among peers, like younger peers. When you're with an older person, like for example, if I go and talk to my friends, legitimately it's very difficult to do anything other than have our undivided attention. So whether that's common etiquette or not, it's an interesting topic. Usually it's pretty funny how it takes a really long time to realize that, hear me out, it's like a game of chicken where you take one Gen Z person, like, oh, maybe I shouldn't reveal what I'm doing, like your status, like maybe I should hide my Discord status or my Steam status while I'm in a VC with someone, because that could be seen as rude, right? Meanwhile, I'm like in the chat room with like 3 other people, and I'm like, all of you are doing the same thing. Like when I'm like, everyone's like, oh no, I don't want to seem like it's rude or nothing, anything. And the moment I'm sitting in the room, like, I'm probably the more likely person to sit here and do nothing and just stare at a blank screen and talking to a mic and wait for 4 Gen Z people to realize that you guys should not be worried about this. It's the common behavior you have with each other. Talk with each other about it. You used to turn off activity status for VC purposes? Exactly. So when I'm observing these patterns, the idea is when you're talking among your peers, it's not a point of embarrassment or a point of etiquette. You have to redefine the etiquette. So tell other people like, oh, when I have conversations, I like to have something to fidget, right? Like fidgeting is a thing for active minds. You would be like doing a run, right? Doing a routine, mechanical, memorized run while you're having a conversation with someone. That is a thing. You're listening to music while still listening to someone talk to you, for example. Or you're listening to one thing and then listening to another thing on the other hand. These are very common behavioral practices among a specific subset of young people. So it's very humorous to me that over the years, I've observed that Gen Z don't talk to each other so often that it's the obvious things that they think are different because they have old values. I really appreciate that. Like some kids still believe it's kind of embarrassing to have divested attention because of how hyperstimulated they are. And at the same time, when you get into a chat room and you have like 4 or 5 Gen Zs in it, you can kind of see like, okay, that guy has do not disturb on their that guy is probably using a different account because I know their Steam account and their Discord account are 2 different accounts, and that guy is definitely playing something that's not registered on Discord. They actually actively removed and delisted the app that they're using to engage in something. That person is definitely watching YouTube. And meanwhile, all of them are like talking and you can hear it. They're distracted. And the idea is that's normal when they're talking. They're distracted. The thing is, that's normal. However, it never clicked that all of them are distracted. Like all of them are doing something and like going back and forth between the topics. And they're also all, in my opinion, is kind of endearing that they're trying to mask being bored, for example, or being disinterested but they want to be together. They want to know that there's some virtual presence between each other. So oftentimes you go into a room and 9 people would be watching different programs. And the thing that gives them catharsis is that there are 9 people in the room. Not that they're sharing what they're doing, possibly 9 different things, or like 3 groups of 3 doing 3 groups of different things. It's the idea that they exist. Like they exist in a virtual space, and it creates comfort. So having someone who drones on, like me, for example, just in the background talking about things, it brings at least some semblance of closeness despite being divested in attention. That's one of the things that I feel like I've adjusted to over the years. Like the last 5 years, one of the classical patterns is to understand that this is the expectation, not the exception anymore, at least in my opinion. It's kind of interesting because Mika always does something while on VC, but you always stare at the VC room screen thinking. Yeah, me too. Like, hear me out, Abdul. There are times where I'm like, all right, I really got to get this editing. I could do this editing at the same time that I'm gonna talk to her, right? And then suddenly I'm like, oh no, but I need to make sure I develop this idea. So at some point when I take over the conversation, which happens naturally pretty often, when I'm taking over the conversation, I'd be rattling like 3 or 4 ideas while speaking. So it's very difficult to also do the other thing. And that's usually the point where I realize like all I'm doing is I'm staring at the Discord page, like with the green light, like lighting up and dimming on the avatar. It does happen. Like it's a combination of the two. So it's a very interesting experience. Obviously, now what is the benefit of understanding this, like this behavioral pattern, right? The benefit is that you might not get angry, right? There's also a benefit of understanding how you can attract the attention, like grab the divested attention or diversified attention. Either divested or diversified attention would be the term I would use now. And that can be a way that you can kind of get around or understand what is it that goes on in their mind, so you can get connected with that. You can join in the activity. Sometimes you just watch it too. It bothers you how yours light up when you don't talk some days. Yeah, that's what we talked about yesterday. The reason I knew you were paying attention to your Discord thing is because you noticed the green loop, and the other 2 people that we spoke about, Mika, also noticed the green loop thing, because at some point all of us had a conversation that involved all of our divested attentions together, and we noticed green loop problems in Discord. So it is a very funny phenomenon. And you remember earlier you said it's a rare occurrence, right? Chicken is a rare occurrence. And yet, when you do something and you invested your intention to it, the most common thing that happens becomes an interesting notice in detail. Why is that? To echo what Abdul said earlier, most things in life are not rare occurrences. When you notice something, that's when it becomes either rare or important. So, despite being on Discord all the time, and that thing being a super not rare occurrence, you still remember that it happens and it bothers you. Interesting. Funny thing how the brain works, right? So, not rare things doesn't mean they're not notable. In fact, I would probably go even further, Mika, and say, if you're able to find interest in the things that are not rare, they are the things that likely to change your life. I know how counterintuitive that sounds. Those who believe that life, you're waiting for a windfall, like you're waiting to get lucky, Yeah, those things will definitely change your life. But remember, when you get lucky, it's a rare occurrence. What are the odds that that's going to happen? Rarely. How will green circles change your life? If you find a way to keep it not dim and light up, so then when you go and talk next time, you're just going to stare at the green circle and gain consistent grand satisfaction knowing that you solved the problem of the green circle. Because it occurs frequently, not rarely. Finding the solution might give you a slight dopamine hit one time, but then every single time you go look at that green circle, you realize, aha, I figured out the green circle problem. Which happens all the time. And the thing that happens all the time creates a habit. Why do you always change your profile pic every month? Because you're going to say, well, it's the rare occurrence of getting rid of something that is normal or consistent. Yeah, and you don't form an attachment to them at all, either. You don't form attachments to things that are rarely occurring. You form attachments to the things that are often occurring. And when you change something about something that is very frequently occurring, that's when you become attached to it. You are more likely to be attached to something that's frequently occurring than something that is rarely occurring. You could keep letting it... I think letting it be could be good too. Yes, so that you don't get annoyed at everything. Exactly! Because something frequently occurring can also be a source of acceptance, tolerance. I'm gonna tell you now. What are the odds that you learn something from a rarely occurring thing versus a frequently occurring thing? And remember, learning involves the capacity to appreciate it, solve it, change it, benefit from it. The odds are very, very low when all your focus is on a rare occurrence. We're gonna go back to what Mika likes. She likes good art. But she confuses it, in my opinion, with the act of liking drawing. Drawing is the most frequent activity you use in the process of making good art. Good art is the rare occurrence. So the chances that you'll continue to like doing the activity is not the rare occurrence. It's liking the thing you do most frequently. So we focus on that, or at least I focus on that. Nearly all of my material that I'm doing now focuses on the process and not on the rare occurrence. Like, what is another rare occurrence? Perfectionism. When is it ever going to be perfect? Possibly once or never. So if all your predication of interest and attention is focused on that one occurrence or that occurrence that may never happen, then yeah, your life would be pretty miserable and dull. Right? Like, you're not interested in anything else. How could you be interested in anything else? You want to have a real world example? A lottery. I mean, I was going to use gacha, but gacha is kind of... We already touched on gacha. A lottery. The rare occurrence is to win. The process of trying to win is all the time. If someone believes that focusing on this will make them happy about doing this 99% of the time, that is very naive possible, but highly, highly improbable that that's going to happen. Because every time they lose, this is not happening. And we were talking about this yesterday, Mika, about gacha. When you have 400 polls versus 30 polls. Despite the value of the rare occurrence, same value of the rare occurrence. Which one's more satisfying to Gen Zs? I said the opposite, actually. So this is more satisfying. This is less satisfying to Gen Z. Because you're doing the activity of the chance. You think you're from the wrong generation. Yeah, so I think you're in a culture that feels like it's not Americanized. Like, what I mean is the internet's gacha stuff is like very heavily like capitalized, like business wise. So I have a feeling where you grew up, Abdul, makes you not want these things too often. You can learn to want these things, not that it's up to you if you want to, but generally speaking, more polls despite having the same value. I also play a gacha game, by the way, Abdul. So like 400 polls will feel good because the activity is more frequent. Despite, hear me out, even despite the odds are lower. Isn't that crazy? Like, just think about it for a moment. I told, here's my hot take. Here's my hot take for Mika when I was saying I'm the opposite. Give me one poll and the same value, and I'll be on my way. Because this is technically, like Mika said, the same thing, right? It's not a rare occurrence. So why do you care? I'm offering a counterexample when Mika said things are not interesting because they're not a rare occurrence. Gambling is a rare occurrence. It's not a rare occurrence. Sorry. Gambling is not rare. Winning is rare. So if you wanted like an anecdotal example of things, maybe, yeah, I get it. Chicken is very boring. To me, I actually feel ya about the chicken thing, but it deals with gambling. I think gambling is boring. The act does not create anything for me. So as opposed to polling 400 times, I've said this before and it's an unpopular opinion. Give me one poll, and that one poll gives me the guaranteed banner. I'm good to go. Then I can spend the rest of the time playing the game or something, or doing something with the game. That's perfectly fine with me. The action, much like the way she said that chicken, it's not a rare occurrence, so it's disinteresting. It's like, I agree with you. The act of polling is disinteresting. Right? I'm kind of an old hat. I prefer to like buy something as long as a fair price for everyone. So there's no gambling. It's just there are no people who have good luck and there are no people who have bad luck. There's simply a price. So you run out of bad lucks or good lucks. It's a price. It's a price you pay. And it's the fair price, right? Because it has to balance the bad and the good luck people. To me, the reason why I say this is because you don't have to gamble on gacha games. I feel like Gen Zs, they gamble on life. They think of life as gambling, which, if you're thinking about it, it's like, well, yeah, don't everyone think about life as gambling? It's like, no. Life is far from a strict gamble. Like, are you telling me that every time you eat, you think that you're gambling your life away? Or you expect your heart one day would just spend a 50-50 on whether it's going to beat or not? Or you expect that one day you're just suddenly gonna breathe heavily and then breathe light and breathe heavily? There are so many things that occur 99% of the time and they go underappreciated. And what I mean by this is, I'm not talking about getting lucky in life. A lot of times when people are talking about the game of life, they're talking about the gamble of how they can't predict the future, right? They can't predict the future, and how everything that they notice are rare things. Graduating high school, which is reasonable. This is self-awareness testing, right? Graduating high school, getting a BS, right? A Bachelor's of Science, then going to med school, or graduating med school. Not even going to med school, graduating med school, making lots of money. And there might be a money figure, like 100, like with 6 figures. These are the rare moments in your life. They are milestones. They are goals. Meanwhile, how do you graduate high school? 4 years of homework, subjects, exams, eating, sleeping. There are so many things that happen consistently 99% of the time, and the thing I hear the most that are most important to kiddos, I'm getting in the mindset, is that eyes on the prize. It's the rare moments, that rare moment that happens. And when you become older, right, like when you get older, these rare moments are gonna be like positives and really strong negatives. So if you're waiting for these moments to happen, yes, they're going to be life-changing. Meanwhile, are you gonna sit there and just wait on these moments? I'm not entirely sure. And I do have mixed answers. There are quite a lot that would wait. They would simply wait. Like, for example, playing a video game long enough until someone notices. Now, if you're wondering like, oh, isn't that how all the Twitch streamers became famous? No. I mean, some maybe that got lucky. But again, we have to think, luck is a rare occurrence. But it's humorous because despite knowing that luck is a rare occurrence, somehow young people think that it will happen to them. And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. I wish everyone to get lucky. Then you don't have to wait. But is that true? Is it true that most of the people you see that are successful were the rare occasions? It can be, right? It can be. I think a more reasonable approach is what they did was they increased their odds of discovery. So a vast majority of the people do not show this part. So how do you get good grades in high school? Right? And I kid you not, I got this answer before. Be smart. I'm like, wait, what do you mean? And they literally meant being born smart is how people get good grades in high school. Or like, be born different. And my first thought is, okay, what do you mean by different? Like, can you describe someone who is smart and got good high school grades? And usually it would lead to something like, well, you're smart, right? So of course that means you have good grades. And my first thought is like, well, yeah, you're right. Some people would consider me smart when I was younger, and I did get good grades. Can you describe what that means? Like, do you think I was different from you? Like, can you fundamentally see or argue or explain to me how you can tell if I am different from you? Like, what is the thing that makes you think that I am that different, right? It's worth noting there are things they do cite. The people that I'm talking about, they do cite accurate things that are different between me. Like, I'm Asian. A lot of times I'm not talking to an Asian person. That's fair enough. So I'm born Asian, and then I understand other people are like, well, that's not right. You know, genetics, there's no like, I get it, but we have to understand, we have to be sensitive to understanding, to get a person to understand their realm of logic in order to participate in their conversation. So they would go through the obvious. I'm like, you're right. I'm Asian. You're not. I'm Chinese. You're not. Fair enough. Now the question is, then I would ask them, what do they think I did to get the good grades? So like, instead of looking at luck, right? Looking at luck as in they weren't born Asian and I was born Asian. That is the quote unquote, the rare occurrence in their life because they can never be born Asian, right? Those are the anomalies, the things that occur or will occur, right, as a consequence of something. All right, well, then I asked them, how did you get good grades? And they're like, well, you know, I had this technique. I just have to like memorize everything. So I would like go through the textbook, but it's getting so hard to remember textbook because I was told the way I learn is like deficient and not good and not smart enough. And then they would eventually, I don't ask them to ask me. I just wait till they're curious enough, and they would ask me eventually and say, so what did you do when you were a teenager? I memorized every single word on a textbook and I wrote the answers word for word on an exam. And then they would ask me, well, you must have been really smart because my initial impression is that you're smart, so you must have a really good memory and you just remember everything, right? It only took you a couple hours. And no, I like reading the textbook. So I spent many hours reading the textbook. And then obviously, then they would make an argument like, well, there it is. That's probably the explanation. You like doing something. You're built different. Maybe Asians just like reading textbooks, something like that, right? And my first thought is then I would say, okay, how about we do what exists now? How about we take a test? Do you think your memory is worse than mine? Because your premise is that somehow my memory is better than yours, right? And I know Mika is going to say this sounds very familiar. However, I've done this more than 4 or 5 times. Someone is convinced that their memory is worse than mine. I'm 0 for 5. I've lost the memory exam and a test against the person that thought I had good memory. I'm 0 for 5. the way they measure memory is terrifying. I barely am able to remember. I can get within like statistical negligence next to the other kid. You also have to take into factor that I'm older. So even despite a lot of obvious things that would normalize things, it doesn't diminish the fact that they can perceive certain things to be true. So then they ask, well, then how do you remember things, right? And this is where the kicker, this is my punchline. How do you think I remember things then? Like when someone asks, well, then how do you keep track of all your skills? Like, how do you keep your skills up to snuff and making sure it doesn't degrade and forget things? I focus on the things that happen 99% of the time in my life. I don't focus on rare occasions. Like, how do you remember things? I remember things that I use and do on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, for as long as I need to remember them. Now, the person would say like, well, you're just good at that. Right? You're good at that. You're not born good at doing this. This is insane. You're actually much more, in my opinion, a neurologist and a psychologist can probably try to create a counter argument to my statement here. And they are entitled to. When humans are far more inclined to remember specific, distinct occurrences than paying attention to occurrences that happen 99.9% of the time. Like, frequent occurrences are not memorable. And I just told you that I spend the vast majority of my time paying attention to things that are hard to pay attention to. So, the question is, then, was I born smart or was I born dumb? Because by the definition of people who think that smart people spend less time, right? They appear like they spend less time doing things. Not necessarily. If you tell me that I'm smart, like if someone comes up and say, oh, you're just smart, you remember things, you always remember names and stuff, and it's like, how do you do it? Is it just because you're magical or you're rare or you're smart? It's like, no, I do what you don't do all the time. And it's a thing you hate to do. You hate to pay attention to things. You only wait until the special thing happens, the game, the super good game that catches your attention. Meanwhile, I'm just playing any game. Like, hey, I have a lot of video games. Let's go and play some. Because I will try to remember how mediocre a game is. How redundant this game is with that other game. So I got to remember how they are similar so that I know that there are two games that are similar. Those are the quote-unquote uninteresting things. And yet, super kicker. A super big kicker. How do you get better at looking at patterns and analyses and critical thinking skills? You pay attention to something that occurs frequently enough to see the consistency in patterns. Chess. Yeah. Well, have you ever asked a chess player how they got good? How did they get good? Have you ever watched a interview with Magnus? Or Hikari? You play. You do it a lot. You observe and be enthralled by the 99.9%. You see the moves so often that you can literally anticipate the 0.1%, right? Their honing of their 99% is how you see the details in it. So they lose themselves in the moment over and over again. Like that's the bottom line. Successful people, even geniuses, are fixated. They are fixated on the 99.9%. Like, if you're thinking about, I don't know, well, Albert Einstein didn't do it, right? Dude, Albert Einstein was mad. Like, what I mean is not mad like crazy. He loved science. Like, if you're thinking about these characters, these people who are smart, what do? They think about 99.9 of their activity. Like, not the, oh, when do I get the Nobel Prize for relativity? When do I get the Nobel Prize for like Cas 9 or like the discovery of antisense RNA? They were focused on the 99.9%, the thing that they keep on working on every single day, because the details are what leads to those moments in time. And it's a great honor. I would say, like, I'm never gonna, quote unquote, I'm never gonna receive a Nobel Prize for anything or anything like that. But does that matter? Interestingly enough, probably less than you think. Less than you think. I'm not saying it's not important. Like, it's not gonna be really elating and tear-jerking and like getting that, I don't know, that platinum YouTube play button for all your hard work. It's gonna feel great, that delayed gratification. It didn't come from focusing on when you get that play button. It focused on how you're going to get to that play button. They focused on all the things that they have to do to get to the goal. And when that goal happens, it feels magnificent. And if you're wondering, oh, can't you just get lucky? Yeah, you can. And it would feel less. Like, if you compared the same person, say like one person got like the same clone. We clone a person, and this is like theoretical thinking, so take it with a grain of salt. You clone a person. You have one person who planned their entire life, worked really, really hard, and just kept going and got to 7 years, right? This is the 400 pole situation versus the 30 pole situation, and then the same value. So this person decided to spread their poles, right? So like there's seven years. This gets a little bit of meta. Say the 7 years is locked in. So this person, they tried 30 times along the way, and they spread it across 7 years, and they got it, right? Like, oh yeah, this feels good. This person tried 400 times the clone of A and the clone of B, right? And same place, 7 years, it feels good. Which one is more engaging over time, and which one feels greater as well? It's usually the one who's doing more across that time, and one going across that time feels less. And then this technically becomes more significant when the rare moment happens. Then the rare moment happens when someone's working really hard for it. Now, they both feel good. But this person spent most of their time appreciating the 99.9% versus this person appreciating the, I don't know, 20%. Who's more motivated to keep on going and consistently do things long enough for a rare occurrence to happen? Person A will likely be able to make it long enough for it to happen. Person B will likely give up before the lucky thing happens, the quote-unquote luck thing to happen. So what are the instead of using polls, what are some of the top, if we were doing a tier list, people like tier lists, what are the top factors? Motivation. Who do you think has more motivation here? right? Sources of motivation. And you can be both, by the way. This person can be successful. This person can be successful. The awareness that you can have is a way to build around that. You can build and space out 30 polls. The 30 polls can be yearly, can be like bi-yearly goals. The person with 400 polls can have a bi-weekly goal. So you can mix and match and condition yourself, or like practice yourself to space out these things. Like how many opportunities you have. That's a way to work to your advantage, because motivation is one of the things. Do you need 400 polls to motivate yourself to get to the 7-year point in which you get a payout, or do you need 30 polls? You can call this opportunity. How many times are you opportunity seeking? This is linking to our opportunity costs, right? And guess what? Motivation is a passive cost. So now we have opportunity costs and passive costs in the form of motivation. Those are like among the top 10. So whenever someone says, oh, I'm only here because I used to like language learning, it's like, oh, why did you quit? I don't know, I just lost motivation. I'm like, are you saying that you had sufficient motivation when you started, or that you ran out of motivation because your opportunity costs got too great? Right? So, and I usually have different discussions based on the person's like context, like if they chose Japanese or Chinese, or they talked about video games, anime, immersion, and we would talk about these things. So, and if you're thinking, the reason why I said the thing I said earlier is because I chose B, by the way. I chose B for a gacha game. It doesn't have to be gacha. The idea is I understand what I'm getting into. I prefer to not wait on the same value for a gacha game. So don't give me 400 polls. Give me 1. Because I don't value what I'm gaining from that. So it doesn't mean that one is better than the other. The understanding is, which one do you have? So you could kind of say that from all of this, you could kind of argue and accuse me, which you'll be correct. You can accuse me or presume that I have low motivation and opportunity costs in gacha games. Yes, that is correct. I don't enjoy gacha games. Now, why do I still play the video game? Because I play the video game to find out if I like it. And the answer is no. The thing is, guess what the polling is? Now, here's the super meta. I do play a game called P5X since launch. Now, here's the gacha part. All puns intended, by the way. How much do you think the polling part takes up? Like, in my time playing, what do you think the polling part takes up in my time? Like, if I had 1,000 hours, which I almost have 1,000 hours, by the way. I know, weird flex. 1,000 hours. The polling part? In the 1,000 hours, the gacha part actually takes up less than 10 hours. If you combined everything I did in this game, the reason why I still play this game is that the gacha part that I dislike represents less, if even less than 10% of my game time. So I understand that regardless if I dislike, like if they reduce this down to 1 poll, it's actually 111 polls or something like that, you know, 111 and 70. Despite all that time, they could have reduced it down to 1, and this amount of time would be astronomically less than the amount of time I actually use playing the game. So to me, I understand that it's inconsequential. If they gave me one poll to give me the gacha banner that I want, just flat rate, like here's 100 or here's 16,500 gems. There you go. And they just call it one ticket. 16,500 gems to buy a ticket, and it'll instantly give me that banner. I'm good. Sold. What did I liberate? Like 9 hours. So not only is it inconsequential, it's less satisfying, I still liberate 9 hours. So I still gain 9 hours. What would I do? A developer and a publisher would say like, well, you wouldn't be playing our game, right? It's like, well, agree to disagree on that one, because if you decided not to focus on extending the poll of your game, then I would still be playing your game with that time. Like, this is inconsequential, I already said. So this is independent of the amount of time that I actually play your game. If your game requires more time to play, then I would play it. And if you threw away the gacha mechanic, I would still play it. Now, obviously, this is oversimplifying things. We still have to think about no such thing as a free lunch, right? So we have to still weigh in no such thing as a free lunch. Where are they going to get their money? So most of the time, despite me preferring this, I'm not saying abolish gacha or change their things, because some people like this. And they're funding the game. I'm clearly not funding the game. Right? So, spin your wheels. Tell yourself, where's your priorities? There are no... I'm not saying there are bad people and good people in this scenario. I'm stating observations and behavioral correlations that can help people make decisions, decisions that allows them to be happy with themselves. So if you want to bank your entire life, right? If your life is basically waiting for a windfall, wait better. I don't know what that is, but at least you understand that you're going to be waiting. I like, or the Gen Z, right? Get good. Get good at waiting. Because waiting is 99.9% of the time. So if you're waiting for a windfall, get good at the other 99.9% of waiting. If you say 99% of the time you're bored, get good. Make your boredom go away. And if you think, wait, that just sounds like what you're doing, right? Isn't that what you're doing? And I would agree, yeah. But I don't see it that way. Isn't that interesting? Like, you could reframe all the things that I'm doing as I'm simply waiting for my windfall. It's like, yeah, that's a good way to think about it. How do you get yourself to be interested in the 99? If you think that what I'm doing is basically making sure that I don't get bored until my big break, right? Until my big break, then think of it that way. Try to think of it that way. Because then you're not waiting and doing nothing 99.9% of the time. And what does that help? It stops boredom. You're not bored with your life. Also, by the way, Abdul, when I asked you about your food, and when Mika volunteered about her chicken, my whole goal and intent is try to get you excited about your normal day activities. Because I'm going to sound like a broken record. The longer you know about me, the longer you talk to me, I'm going to keep on trying to ask you what your meals are like. Because if someone cares, maybe you can care. And to me, that means, what does that mean? The next time you eat chicken or beef, you're like, huh, maybe I should cook something and then tell MAKU about how I cooked it. You never know. You never know when you start showing someone else that their life is interesting in the 99%, because I don't live your life. So despite Mika thinking her chicken is incredibly commonplace and normal and she does it all the time, I literally told her, despite all of this, I haven't had chicken in a very long time. And that's not interesting. Right? Like, what I mean is, like, she didn't find the importance of, like, oh, wait, it's interesting that other people don't have my experiences. So perhaps it's a rare occurrence. But it's not a rare occurrence in the natural sense of it's happening to you and only you. It's a rare occurrence that you get a chance to be sharing something about your life that happens to be a rare occurrence for someone else. And that is human experience, right? Then we tie it back to emotional intelligence, right? Emotional intelligence and human experience on how to create personal connections with everyone. When you say something about a specific time and period, your feelings, I also echo whether it's rare or common to the other person, and you form that connection. So we're back to all of the topics that we had today. And no joke, no matter how often I say, I'm literally every day, if you come to me and say hi, I'm going to ask you about your normal day. And if you don't like that, I'm by every once a month. I'm by every once 3 months, a year. I will still ask you what you have been doing. And then when you volunteer, the goal is to consistently make the other person be aware that your life is interesting to someone. To me, I think the internet has made that impossible to appreciate. Nearly improbable to appreciate that there could be anyone outside of yourself who's more interested in your life, or who's even remotely interested in your life. Because the only thing that the internet highlights is rare occurrences. Like, you literally do not see 99% of normal things. You only see the 0.1%. Like, the whole idea of the internet is to compress the 99.9% so that the 0.1% can represent the 99.9%. When you see a piece of artwork that represents 0.1 of what they did, like, the end product you see represents the moment they completed it. You're rarely ever gonna see the rest. And then some people argue, well, some artists put up time lapse. It's like, yeah, time lapse is 30% of what that is. And I'm not saying you should feel bad or good. Being aware that you only see a fraction of the things is where you can tell yourself, oh, okay, so my life, you don't have to treat your life like that. It's not only one choice. Like, oh man, my life is only defined by my breakouts. My life is only defined by when I go viral. My life is defined when I finally get that one crisp super SSR rare in a pack. Like, man, your life is so much more than that. In fact, you often neglect and don't even pay attention to 99.9% of your life. You have so much stake in an instant moment that are punctuated through your life that, you know what's a rare occurrence that isn't really worth it, fairly morbid to talk about? Death. Death is a rare occurrence. And what happens when death happens? You miss all the 99.9%. You think about what you could have done in that 99.9%. Not like you, I'm talking about like my parents getting older, right? Like your loved ones, your friends that are no longer around because they decided, like, this is not death, but like your friend decide to leave, and then you start reflecting on all those times. So this is, in my opinion, what I'm describing is not something unique to being born Chinese, being born Japanese. This is a human condition. I would love to hear some compelling arguments that would counter-argue that this is not a human condition, where the most common things are often overlooked, and in order to make them important, it requires conscious effort to make them important, even despite overwhelming evidence logically from a knowledge perspective that it is the most important part of our lives because it consumes most of our life. Our human condition is to pay attention to the rare occurrences. It is far easier, far cheaper to get the process and the satisfaction of focusing on the rare occurrences, both positive and negative. Grief, depression, acute depression, not chronic depression. Like, you keep rattling, just think about all the positive and negative things. Chronic depression is far deadlier than acute depression. Once in a while flu is far more memorable than your poor diet that has been eating against your life for over 50 years. Rarely is it, easier to do consistent things. So in no way I'm saying this is going to be easier. The thing is, when someone says I'm smart and they look at me and they talk about it, they think I'm rare. Like it's a rare occurrence to be smart. And then yet, despite me describing what I do, they simply take disinterest and say, well, that sounds exhausting. Like, you're probably just smart. That's why you can do that. Like, it's probably the opposite. I'm probably not smart, and therefore I do that. I'm probably very negligibly different from you. I simply decided to do the hard thing so that it's no longer hard, or it's less hard. It's not like it became just suddenly magically is easy to focus on things that occur every day. It's hard to be interested. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. It's hard to be interested in something that happens every single day. It's very, very hard to get on stream every day and have an interesting story to tell and constantly be enthusiastic about studying Japanese and Chinese. And the only thing I can tell you is it's not the same as being lucky on liking things. Like, so someone would typically tell me like, oh, you must really like studying Japanese because you're on Bunpro every day. I appreciate the grind, man. I'm like, no. It's not about liking or disliking it. It's about what's important to me. I like things because I do things. The doing gets me to like it. I put a lot of effort into the thing, so therefore I like it. So if you need to like something before you do something, and the things you like are rare occurrences, you're not going to do anything. Like, think about how people make decisions right now. They have to like something. What do they like when you ask? Like, what do you like? Like, for your life to have a rare occurrence. Okay. So, when are you doing it? Rarely. That's like the core of many of the arguments, the logical loop. You like rare things, so obviously it follows that you rarely ever do it. You rarely ever do something. you like. If you like good art that you can't do, you know, if you convince yourself you can't do, then you're rarely happy doing it because it rarely occurs. And when it rarely occurs, you rarely do it. Right? So what do I do? How do I like doing art? Which I do actually do digital art. I spend 1 month a year and I draw every single day of that month. 30 days. At least 3 hours. And that's it. And I've been doing it. I think this is going to be the 5th year. And it's a very specific month. And every moment I do it is important to me. What happens, like how people react to like the final product or etc. It's like it's part of it. It's such a small part of it. What is the most frequently occurring thing that I like? Drawing as much as I can. Finishing a drawing takes about, that moment of finishing a drawing is like the end. And it might last like 0.1. Sometimes I might even talk about it. So it might actually go up like 0.5%. I might talk about finishing the end. But generally, the part that I really like comes from the results of doing it. Like while doing it. Like, oh yeah, man. This is happening and then this is happening. Yeah. Alright. Anyways. I just realized that, oh yeah. We're gonna do our we're gonna do our stuff now. Alright. So let's go. Okay. Okay. Positive. Okay. Okay. Okie dokie. And then that's a knee though. Oh. The makeru, dang it. Makeraseru? Hypothetical? I thought it was just, or is it, how does it work if it's just knee? Even if I lose, do you use like, oh, I need the, okay.
試合に負けても諦めません。
Right. Oh, and then this is the passive, positive. So, okay, so we got Naku, the cry. So, as I've already lost it. Let's see. Naka? Naka se seru ichidan? Zeta?
お兄ちゃんが妹を泣かせた。
Okay. Alright, cool. Alright, we're gonna have to like speed run this. Thank you again, by the way, Abdul. Really, really fun topics. It's been like a hot minute since we gone that no problemo. I'll show you a problemo. Okay. Kara, no. Allah. Okay, that's self-explanatory. Shiri? Oh, that's a butt. That's a butt right there. Mika's one. Whoa. Whoa. That's kind of a jab. Mika's just catching strays all over the place. City. Physiology. Yeah, okay. Okay, kocha. No, koyo. Koyo, oh, this is the leaf, not tea. She claps back? I can imagine. Oh, that's interesting. So she claps back, huh? Intriguing. I was gonna say, maybe you're just weak. Oh no, this tit for tat is being contagious. We should be a little bit less cheeky. Dial down the cheekiness. Very saucy. All right. Kiho, kigo. Okay, because of the mark. Okay. Odori, fair enough. Oh, lecture. Ogi. I think it's his error. He's been losing a game to you in the background for a little while. She's calmly abusing you. Alright, play nice. Play nice. Ogi. Account. Yeah, this is special. Pulls out. Okay. Shinyu, just like a friend, close friend. Okay. All right. Bosom friend. Wow, now. Friends for benefits. Jeans. Shh. Sofa, okay. Chocolate, right? Chocolate is fine. Partner, banana, man. We only have kunyomi's fashion. We only have katakana today. What the Philippine? What? Eto, what is going? Benchy, what is going on today? Boto. Okay, I guess we're just going. Oh my gosh, Posto. The heck is today's wait, hold on. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12. Dang. 12 out of 20. It's rarely not this crazy. Which, by the way, Abdul, I don't know if you ever had this problem. I tend to have larger problems with these type of things than like kanji. Like kanji is I spend the vast majority of my time reading kanji and hanzi. So like Chinese, when I read this, I'm reading it in Chinese and in Japanese. But when I'm reading this, I'm like, how do I spell chocolate in English? Okay. Because they convert, right? Japanese does mora. Right? Japanese does mora. So what happens is you have to remember that in English, I don't remember what the mora is. So re is 2 mora and to is 1 mora. So what they hear is they hear cho, and then ko, but it's 1 1 2 1. Chokureto, right? Chokureto. So what happens is I have a problem because sometimes I don't internalize the mora of the English word. So these words get really funky, like sofa, a sofa. Like when you get a sofa is sofa, not sofa. Like if you go and like talk to an English, like a American English, like, oh, just get on the sofa. I'm like, or the sofa, and you say, it's like, why you say so short? Oh, the sofa. Oh, okay, that's fine. Like, so, the like jeans, jeans, because jeans, the G has 2 mora, it has 2 beats. So jeans, which is tough because it actually has 3 beats because the is another beat. So G E Z instead of just jinzu or jimzu or something like that. Really interesting. It's an interesting problem. Yeah, you and Mika, while watching anime, we read out any terms. Oh, that's cute. We see characters, then we say in Japanese and Chinese to compare. Oh, that's really cute. That's such a fun activity. Now, all you guys have to do is watch Dr. Stone. And then you might learn a bunch of like high school chemistry. maybe a little bit of high school physics too. Yeah. And maybe some evolutionary biology. Yeah, like science. It's called Dr. Stone. Come on, man. Follow the... I'm kidding, but Dr. Stone, the gimmick is Dr. Stone. Or you can watch like a comfy show like Yudu Kampu. And you can learn all about camping. Or, like the vanilla camping, like camping 101. Two anime per year is the limit? Dang. Alright. I'll let you two delegate. It's almost like a sibling rivalry at this point. There's a weightlifting one. Or you can do sports. Oh, sports. Do any sports. There's so many sports. You can learn about sports. And not even like typical sports. Not like ball, dude. Like sorry, for whatever reason I said ball, dude. Not like ball sports. You can do like, you know, table tennis. Despite table tennis has a ball in it. Or like you know, running or track or something. What's the shortest anime? A day before us. It's good. Yeah, okay. You can watch a micro series, like a mini series. Any of the series that only run for 6 episodes or 12. There are a lot of those. The one shots. There's so many wonderful one shots. One shots are fantastic. I absolutely love the one shot format. Did you even watch Avengers? All right. I'm gonna lead you to bantering. Okay, so I'm going through all of this. Okay, so a non-Japanese word used to indicate the light, you know, the light spectrum at which something is seen. Also used to describe the act of dyeing hair. Oh, interesting. The backside of a body, specifically the area below the waist. Okay. The natural monthly process in females in which the uterine lining is shed. Oh, that also means, oh. Well, now. I only remember Sadie as physiology, but okay, I'm all right. Menstruation. The colorful foliage of trees during the autumn season. Oh, I see. Yep. Oh, yo. Great leaves. Hey, you gotta learn all the words, Abdul. You gotta learn all the words. A unique shape or design. Man, that's N4. That's interesting. A unique shape or design used in writing, mathematics, or communication, like letters, numbers, or punctuation marks, often conveys a special meaning. Right. Symbol. It uses go for recording. Go. The activity of moving rhythmically to music, typically involving coordinated body movements. Right. Tongli, right? Tongli. You feel me? Tongli. Oh no. Yongli. Yongli. I'm trying to think of there are more ways to be dancing, but we're gonna either use a yong or a tong. Yong or tong. For dance. The character dance. Like 跳舞 or something like that, right? Or but this character is also leaping. Yong and tong. Yong tong are the read about this. So odori. A formal educational presentation or talk on a specific subject, primarily held within a university. Right? Ogi. Okay. 讲义, right? 讲义 lecture, 讲, and then 义 for like correctness stuff, justice, like a appropriateness, so a appropriate lecture, which is like a formal thing. This is a formality character. So 讲义, which is 講義. A financial record or arrangement for sharing money and conducting transactions via bank. Calls up. This one was kind of weird to remember in Chinese as well. Calls out from the characters involved. A person who is very close and trusted as a friend, right? Shinyu. Shinyu. I don't think this is expressed too often. Qingyou. Yeah, Qingyou. It's fine. Qingyu. All right, and then now we have all katakanas. So comfortable trousers are typically worn in relaxed settings and are made of denim, right? Jeans. Jeans. What is this? Comfortable piece of furniture designed for sitting or couch, right? Sofa. Sweet treat that's made from cacao. Chocoreto. A non-Japanese word that refers to a person who shares an activity or task or relationship with another person. Okay. Partner. In this day, my katakana isn't comfortable to this day, yeah. A curved fruit with a yellow peel. Banana. Trends and styles in clothing and accessories and appearances that are popular at a specific time. Fashion. Fashion. Right. A Southeast Asian country comprised of islands and famous for population with a high degree of skill in English. It's true. Philippine. An animal kept for companionship or enjoyment, often living with humans in their homes. Right, petto. A non-Japanese word for a long seat, often with a backrest, designed for multiple people to sit on in primary outdoor. Oh, benchy. Okay. A non-Japanese term for a watercraft used for transportation, fishing, or recreation activity. Oh, boto. Okay. Boto. Boto. Not boto. Boto. A non-Japanese word for a receptacle for receiving and sending mail. May also refer to one station of employment. Oh yeah, postal. Postal, like a post, a position. I see. All right.
犬に尻を噛まれてしまいました。
Yikes.
私の父はファッションに詳しいです。
Well, I see this. Interesting. I don't remember the color. Oh, it's red. Red. All I can think about is Hong. Oh no. All I can think about is Hong Die. What is Hong Die? Abdul, what is Hong Die in in Japanese? Oh goodness. Hold up. Hold up. Oh.
紅葉を見にハイキングへ行く。
紅葉。
そのジーンズはどこで買いましたか？
I started reading Chinese and Japanese around the same time. So it's been like 2.5 years with Chinese and Japanese. They are at the same time, like they overlap with each other. So most of the time, both of them happen simultaneously, like back and forth, but not like at the same time, but close in proximity.
プリントをカラーで印刷する。
It's the way that Hanzi and Kanji are not as like hard to remember, so to speak, because like even if I forget the Japanese, I at least am practicing my Chinese and vice versa, that kind of thing. So I like doubling down on things. I'm more encouraged to use Chinese to translate this than English. I rarely even notice the English thing. And then if you ever hear me say like, oh, that's what it means in English, it's because I'm reading the sentence and I'm also thinking a lot of times in Chinese. And in Chinese, I'm simply just looking at all of them in kanji.
この公園にはベンチが5つもあります。
Oh, and speaking of anime, hearing comes first. So like reading takes, like to me, reading takes a lot more effort. So like I chose to start with reading because reading is the is the hardest part. So even in Japanese, if I look away and not look at the sentence, I'm more likely to remember based on the sound now because of the vocabulary being voiced than reading the sentence. I would have to analyze the sentence like, oh, okay, this is this, and then I look at the kanji, right? I look at it, it's like, oh, okay, can I write that? So every time I'm looking at something, I'm thinking, can I write it? And when I look away, like in the vocabulary section, when I was studying the vocabulary section, I look away because I'm trying to think of writing it in my head. Sometimes I use my fingers, but I'm thinking about the actual characters because I eventually want to make sure that I can continue to write. I don't want to lose my writing skills as well. Call Shima? Oh, heck. I just said this is a rough one. Dang it. I'm thinking of Jan, called Jan, instead of what they used. Dang it. What is the right thing? Oh. Oh no. Oh, wait. Oh no. I actually don't remember. What character did you... I don't know. It's Koza!
口座の残高を確認する。
Feels bad, man. Okay.
「講義を受ける」。
パートナーとはどこで出会いましたか？
I wonder what happens if you put in Funet. Oh, because of katakana. Okay.
ボーナスのお金でボートを買う。
このバナナはどこで作られましたか？
その踊りはどこから来ましたか？
Dansu. Dansu is an option. It's fairly common.
問題に記号で答える。
祖母への手紙をポストに入れる。
彼女はフィリピン出身だ。
あなたはチョコレートが好きですか？
あなたには何人の親友がいますか？
Oops.
あなたの家にはペットがいますか？
Okay. Alright.
今回の整理はとても重いです。
そのソファは何人用ですか？
Alright. We still gotta get to our Chinese lessons. So, our Hanzi lessons, anyways. So, that's a wrap for Bunpro today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself, give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, share your experiences, right? And your thoughts. So until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, stretch, really stretch, take a quick bathroom break, maybe a slightly longer bathroom break, walk around, check on my dinosaurs, right, and my working time machine, and I'll be back for Hanzo Hero. Thank you.